Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 21st December 2022.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 21st December 2022 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move a motion for the correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings? Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move a motion for the correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 21st December 2022 with amendments.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable Member for Nyamina West.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 22nd December 2022 be considered and approved. We may now begin by making observations. I hope all of us have the record of votes and proceedings. As usual, we will do it page by page, beginning with page 1. Honorable members, we now move to page 2. Honorable members, we move to page 3. Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Motions without notice, page 3. Second line. After trade, we should have industry, and it continues, and regional integration. Industry is missing. Industry and
Okay, on page 3, honorable members, where you have the heading motions without notice. Number 1, where you have Honorable Suleiman Game, member for Bunua Kunda, moved a motion for the bill entitled the Labour Bill 2022, be committed to Select Committee on Trade, Industry, and Regional Integration. Am I right? Trade, in between trade and its industry. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Honorable,
Yes, please.
we should also add, when we say regional integration, we say unemployment is also the same, isn't it? It's not the same.
Sorry, Honorable Member for Woolly East. Yeah, that's what I want to clear. What is the committee's, what name is given to the committee on trade? I think it's trade committee. The full name, I think, is trade committee. You are now talking about the ministry. The ministry is, sorry,
No, it's not only trade.
Honorable members, the ministry is Ministry of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment. But the committee here is Select Committee on Trade. Am I right?
No, it's not only that.
And regional integration. And regional integration.
Clerk, what is the name? As it is.
Yes, that's what we have as a committee. It's
Why the trade chairman? What is the name of your committee?
Yeah, that's the name, exactly as it is name mentioned there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, as it is mentioned in the order paper.
You have the order paper now. Refer yourself to the order paper.
Honorable Clerk, Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Yeah, because there was an incident when we are just inaugurated as a committee. The issue of employment was not captured in the nomenclature of the name of the committee. So we suggested that we should add employment there because it also embraces employment.
As at now, in your
Yes,
report,
as at now, what is in the order paper, that's what we have as a name of the committee.
What is on the order paper? The order paper was yesterday. The trade members should be able to tell us the name, the full name of their committee.
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker,
Yes, please.
member for Kia West. Yes, I think employment is there. Now we have it as a committee. We've included, and during our meetings, on our meeting agendas, we have it on all the meeting agenda papers. That Committee of Trade, Regional Integration and Employment. This is what we have on our meeting agenda papers. So I think that's what is there.
Honorable members, I am briefed that from the motion moved for the establishment of the committees, the name is Trade and Regional Integration. Trade and Regional Integration. But it does not exclude your mandate of employment, industry, and all these things. But the name is Trade and Regional Integration. If you want to rename it or add some the other things, you know the process. It can be done. So what we had, in fact, the industry added will no longer be there again. We now have Committee on Trade and Regional Integration. Any more on page 3? Yes, Honorable.
I just want to ask a question. Who decides the name of the committee, the assembly or the committee members? Because I've seen that we tend to ask the committee what is the name of their committee when actually the assembly has record for their committee. Who gives this name, please?
What name?
Committee names.
You and members of the assembly.
But the record is there. Why are we asking them what's the name of their committee?
We ask him because all of us were not sure, and we are trying to get from them because they are the movers of the committee. And finally, we have been advised by the assembly clerk that the official name that was moved on the motion is trade and regional integration. But that does not exclude other mandates that are attached to trade and regional integration. And we went further to say, if you want amendments to the name, it can be done through the process. But who brought about the name? It's you and I. We now move to page 4. Pardon?
102 start again. The only rest for the murmuring.
Page 4. Honorable members, page 5. Honorable members, we now move to the last page. Page 6. Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 21st December 2022 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. Pardon? It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 21st December 2022 be approved without amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Clerk, can we proceed?
Motion on the adjournment debate, standing order 54-1. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned sine-die by the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora.
Honorable members, today's sitting marks the end of the ordinary session. That's the fourth ordinary session of the Assembly in the 2022 legislative year, often referred to as the longest and busiest session of the Assembly. This was precisely a 6-week ordinary session with lots of businesses, prominent amongst which was the consideration and approval of the estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic for the fiscal year 2023 with thorough scrutiny. The session also witnessed first and second reading of some important bills by honorable ministers for consideration by the Assembly, including other important motions and reports. Honorable members, as has always been said, the business of the plenary assembly can never be exhausted. We will therefore today start the motion on the adjournment debate to adjourn this ordinary session, Sine-Die. Therefore, I wish to welcome all the honorable ministers here in present to attend this very important sitting of the National Assembly, being the adjournment debate. This is a unique sitting of the Assembly at the end of each ordinary session, allowing honorable members the opportunity to discuss and debate on cross-cutting issues, which of course requires the attention of the executive. At the appropriate time of the debate, I will invite honorable ministers to also participate in the debate and respond to issues raised regarding their portfolios. In accordance with provisions of Standing Order 13.5 and 54.1 of the Standing Orders, I will now allow the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora to move the motion for the Assembly to adjourn Sine-Die. But before doing so, I wish to draw the attention of the Assembly to Order 54.3 of the Standing Orders, which reads, I quote, during the debate on the motion on the adjournment debate of a session, no honorable member shall speak more than 15 minutes, except that the speaker may, at his or her discretion, allow the mover of the motion extra time for his or her reply. I will therefore appeal to honorable members to take note of the said provision of the Standing Orders regarding the adjournment debate. Therefore, I now call on the Majority Leader and Member for Kantora to move the motion for the Assembly to adjourn Sine-Die. Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Before moving the motion, I want to use this opportunity to wish each and every member of Parliament here Merry Christmas in advance and Happy New Year as well. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Order 13, Subclause 5 and 54, Subclause 1, I beg to move the motion for this August Assembly to adjourn Sine-Die. Honorable Speaker, in moving this motion, I would like to give a summary of what has transpired in the August Assembly during the fourth ordinary session, budget session, from the period 14th of November to today, the 22nd of December 2022. Honorable Speaker, in the course of our deliberation during this period, the Assembly consider and adopt records of votes and proceedings of the daily sittings as required by Standing Order 35, Subclause 2. Honorable Speaker, in light of Section 774 of the 1997 Constitution, and these Assembly's quest to ensure to get greater scrutiny and accountability of this Assembly to continue genial but thoughtful interaction with executive administering oral questions and answer sessions with honorable ministers as it concerns their respective portfolio, department, and agency. The honorable ministers appears before this Assembly to answer oral questions asked by honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I note and commend the appearance of the following honorable ministers in Parliament. 1. The Honorable Minister of Lands, Regional Government, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy, Honorable Minister for Transport, Work and Infrastructure, Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Water Resources, Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, Honorable Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources, Honorable Minister of Information, Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Minister of Defense, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, and Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, this Assembly witnessed enabling consideration and adoption of the following motion. 1. Pursuant to Section 152 of the 1997 Constitution, motion for laying of the draft 2023 estimate of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia, 1st January to 31st December 2023, both dates inclusive, by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Pursuant to Order 86, Subclause 7, motion for debate on the 2023 estimate of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia, still by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. The same motion being considered in two sittings, that is, on Wednesday 23rd and on Thursday 24th of November 2022. Pursuant to Order 90, motion on the Committee of Supply on the 2023 estimate of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, considered and passed on Friday 5th of November 2022. The motion for the consideration and ratification of agreement between the Government of the Gambia and the Government of India on visa exemption for diplomatic passport holders by the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Corporations, and Gambians Abroad. Pursuant to Speaker's ruling dated Monday, 12 September 2022, carried over motion by the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works, and Infrastructure, stepping in for the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, and motion for the nomination of membership to the Non-Aligned Movement Parliamentary Network by the Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in terms of bills, this August Assembly considered and or passed the following bills during the session. 1. Appropriation Bill 2023 by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. The bill is passed. Labor Bill 2022 by the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment. The bill is still under consideration. 3. The State-owned Enterprise Bill 2022 by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. The bill is still under consideration. Honorable Speaker, the following reports of the mentioned parliamentary committees were considered and adopted. 1. Consolidated report for the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the committee consideration of the 2023 budget revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia. Consolidated report of the Select Committee on Education, Training, and ICT on the public institution from 2017 to 2020, and its visit to schools on hard-rich areas in CRR, URR, respectively, in July 2021. Report on Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters on the oversight visit to major detention centers in the Gambia, Phase 1. And report of the Finance and Public Account Committee, FPAC, on the audit report of the government COVID-19 response Phase 1. Finally, Honorable Speaker, today this August Assembly is here today to commend the motion to stand Adjourned Sine-Die. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, noting the trust and confidence bestowed on this Assembly by the citizens with its corresponding expectations, I will seize this opportunity on both half of the Assembly to reassure them of the unwavering commitment of this August Assembly to serve the supreme interests of this nation diligently, without fear or favor, affection or ill will or any kind. This Assembly is collectively alive to the enormous expectations of the citizenry and, of course, the economy and other social challenges they are faced with, which are a result of several factors, including the ongoing global crisis. Collectively, we can overcome these enormous challenges as people and a nation. Honorable Speaker, while I thank my fellow honorable members for the foresight and dedication to duty during this session, I must challenge us all, individually and collectively, as an assembly to reflect on the need for stronger commitment and dedication to the principal functions of this legislature. We must remain ourselves that, notwithstanding the diverse and sometimes cumbersome engagement members are faced with, we cannot negate our core function, especially it relates to attending sittings. These we cannot do, and these we must not do, because the entire nation look up to us to deliver. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the manner in which you have conducted and handled the affairs of the Assembly completely and competently and professionally. I pray that Allah Almighty God grant you the strength and wisdom to continue to steer the affairs of this Assembly. I also would like to appreciate the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, his deputies, and the entire staff of National Assembly Service for all the support and services rendered to other members during this session. I therefore thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move.
Honorable members, any seconder? The honorable member for Nyanija, is it Nyanija? Yeah, Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Probably I missed, but I think the Honorable Majority Leader missed to mention the report of the Health Committee, or probably it's on the side. I think you missed that in your motion. No, he didn't mention it. Thank you very much, but I will second the motion and also move another motion for your motion to be amended to include the report of the Health Committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. But before taking my seat, let me just take this opportunity to make my intervention. Honorable Speaker, before even making my intervention, I just want to emphasize and strongly condemn what is currently going on in this country, according to the news media. I heard from State House, media, and alleged coup involving some members of the Gambia Armed Forces that I, on behalf of the people of Nyanija that I represent, and on behalf of the Gambian people that I represent here, I condemn it totally. This is a country of men. This is not a country where somebody can just speak of something you want to enforce or forcefully be on the power. If you want to rule this country, there are ways and means, there are processes that we follow, and we make sure you be there, like the one who is there right now. But you cannot just take your arm showing us that you are a man more than any other person. That is something that is uncalled for, and this assembly cannot sit here and tolerate such. And I call upon the government, those who are involved, let them be taken to court and then let them be prosecuted accordingly. These acts cannot be tolerated anymore in this country. Honorable Speaker, on the other side, the trade season is on, and then as a farmer and coming from a farming community, I just want to thank the Ministry of Agriculture, the government of the Gambia through the Ministry of Agriculture, because this year, all of us are smiling. People like me who have been engaged in farming, I know what is there. The trade season is on, and the price which the government is buying groundnut is something that is worth commendable. I know some people might have other things, but let's just calculate from last year to this year, how they have increased the price of groundnut per ton. It's something that is commendable. So I thank you, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, and the government of the Gambia. As far as I know, as far as we are concerned, the people of Nyanija, we are very happy and pleased because we are selling our products at very good price. Even the local buyers are not buying at the price of government. Government is buying more than any other person. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. On the issues of Nyanija, as I raised previously, I wouldn't do justice to stand here and talk without talking about the issues of our furrows again. Honorable Minister for Agriculture, I invite you to come and join me in Nyanija. I know you are not a stranger in Nyanija. You are part of us, but I invite you to come and join us to do a conducted tour of all these furrows and see how our women are suffering in these furrows. To access these rice fields is always a problem, and this is an issue I have been talking about here since 2017. And even if I am here until the end of time. Once it is not fixed, I will continue to talk about it. Our women are suffering and they need the attention of government. It's only government that can help us through partnership with other people or through the government itself. But honestly, we need help in that area. Our pharaohs need attention. Our women are suffering. Right now, if you go, they will wake up around 4 a.m., 5 a.m. to enter in these muddy waters. Sometimes you will see that the water will come up to here, their chest, but just to access their fields, because if you don't go early, these birds will eat your entire produce. So it's so disheartening, and then I think I know you know, but you should be told and told again, the solution is reached. And then on the issue of electricity, there is progress. I have to thank the government for that matter. But still now we need things to be fast-tracked. Honorable Minister for Energy, if you are not here, maybe your representative, your colleague ministers can send this message. The people of Nyanija are still waiting for the first pole of electricity to be erected in Nyanija, since the Gambia is called Gambia. We have not seen any, and then nothing has been there. Still now, we have just been told, people call for survey and so on and so forth. We know the plans are there, but once it is not implemented, as far as we know, we will continue talking, and the people will start continue shouting on this matter. So honestly, we need electricity as soon as possible. We want to enjoy it like the Banjulians are enjoying, like the Combos are enjoying, like the Nyominkas and other parts of the country. We want to enjoy electricity too. And then our road construction, I also have to thank the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, because Nyanija being a constituency that is very unique, our characteristics are only similar to the Papua Nyomi and Nyamina Dankunku. We are not bordered with any part of Senegal. We are inside. We are completely inside and within the Gambia. And the government, through the Ministry of Works, recognized that, and then through local funds, they have given us a road, but this road has been going on for nearly 2 years now. Despite the numerous progress, it is still not completed. So I call on the government to pay special attention on that, so that the works can be fast-tracked. We cannot wait to witness an other rainy season without this road being completed, because we know what we've suffered for the past 2 rainy seasons. So before the next rainy season by June, we want this road to be completely completed, and we start enjoying the tar road. On the issue of Chairman Health Center and Chairman Senior Secondary School, this is an issue that I have talked about here the last time, and I also will continue to talk about it. Ministry of Health, please take note that Chairman Health Center, the condition of Chairman Health Center is so pathetic. I know somebody will tell me you are the chair of the health committee, but this is the issue of Nyanija. It's not about the issue of the National Assembly. Chairman Health Center, the condition is so pathetic, and they don't have enough staff. The entire perimeter fence is down. The building, some of the ceilings have started collapsing. Sometimes we even have to use our own resources to do some rehabilitation there, or through their RBF. But I think, honestly, Ministry of Health, we deserve special attention, because Chairman is the only minor health center within Nyanija. We have health posts in Bagadaji that is far. So the people around the center, but the only place you can access health and healthcare service delivery is at Chairman, or you go outside of Nyanija completely, like you go to Kuntawur, or some people go to like and like. So that's why the Ministry of Health, we've been advocating for the complete rehabilitation of Chairman Health Center, and also have a health post at Buduk that will help the people of Nyanija. Because if you look at it, Buduk around the center, if you have a patient around the extreme end of Nyanija, if you have a patient around the extreme end of Nyanija, like Kerjebel and the others, they prefer to go outside of Nyanija rather than go more than 10 kilometers or sometimes nearly 20 kilometers to go up to Chairman. So if you have a health post around Buduk, that will ease the work on the Chairman Health Center. So these are two important things that you need to take note, Honorable Minister for Health. Total rehabilitation of Chairman Health Center, and also construction of a new health post at Buduk. The issue of Chairman School. In the report, in the Education Committee report, it was highlighted there. It is also something that is that's a concern, because there are staff quarters. Rainy season, nobody can live there. They live in classrooms, or sometimes they live in the communities. The entire school is not fenced, no security. Animals keep entering in and out, and it's a senior secondary school. This is the only senior secondary school we have in Nyanija. So definitely it needs special attention. Honorable Speaker, these are the points that I have, and I hope the ministers here, whether they are here, the representative here, can take note and please relay this message to them. If these issues are not solved, you will continue to hear them here, hear them again and again once they are not solved. I can assure you. So thank you very much. He's around. I think they are taking note. Some of them are around. The Honorable Minister of Public Service and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and also the other ministers, please take note for your colleagues. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyanija. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the motion for this ordinary session to stand adjourned sine-die. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate may now do so by raising his or her consequences tag, and it will be recorded. I begin with the honorable member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my honorable member of Nyanija to condemn any form of unconstitutional change of government. This has been the agenda of African Union. It was Agenda 2020, that one failed. Now it's extended to Agenda 2030, but it's part of the flagship project called Agenda 2063 to silence gun in Africa. Honorable Speaker, it has been very difficult to avoid military takeovers in Africa. It has been a history. At point in time, efforts were made until we thought that the continent or the sub-region, is silent with gun. Honorable Speaker, but we have to look at the factors that contributed to unconstitutional change of government. One, to overstay in power, term limit. Two, corruption. Three, misrepresentation, abuse of authority. These are key factors that make our continent or our sub-region very unstable. And more so, terrorism. We have seen fundamentalists all over trying to, smuggle guns from one point to another point to fight against government. And we said we are civilized people in 21st century. We believe in what? Dialogue. We believe in democratic means of change. If we want to change a government, we can do it through democratic means, either by ballot or the parliament has the power. That's why parliaments are created. If ballot cannot solve, parliaments can also take their stand if the government is not serving the interests of the people to remove the leader, but not the barrel of gun. So I don't think Gambia at this moment, we need any unconstitutional change of government. We all need to condemn it in totality. Honorable Speaker, come to the culture of tolerance and peace. Peace is precious and it's a rare commodity. And Gambia has been known for maintaining peace, what we call peace. But today, what do we define as peace? Is it only absence of arms, of war? No, it's beyond that. Without having food in your house, it's lack of peace. And I believe we need to tolerate each other. We need to support each other so that we promote food security. Not having food in our house, we are not at peace. No one is at peace. If the country is threatened with food insecurity, we are not at peace. So I think the agricultural minister, I will come to you, but it's important we look at how to maximize our production to have food sovereignty. Honorable Speaker, coming to trade, I believe our lumos, they are not well supported. If you travel through the length and breadth of the Gambia. We all know what lumos are to our life. We all know how our domestic trade, happens in the lumos. But you go to the lumos are not having water. Women, they don't have proper set to sit down. They have to improvise. So, and we believe the government can make a lot of income from the lumos. We can promote our economy, our GDP from these lumos. So it's high time the minister and the team, executive, you look at these lumos. Because the people make their weekly shoppings. Women will go, they barter, sometimes they do barter. They barter their agricultural products, but go there and see sometimes the prices that they offer to their crops. It's not welcome. Honorable Speaker, I believe, as a country, we need to see how to promote our domestic trade. Honorable Speaker, I would like to come up with this idea for our imams, our religious leaders, to be also given a kind of allowance. Honorable Speaker, these people they play a very important role in our society. Any religious gathering is the imams and the priests who will be present. When somebody dies, they will be called. When you need prayers in your call, they will be called. And they don't have any kind of support for these programs. I think the government it's high time government to provide, if it is not possible to give them salary, but allowances for the services that they render to the society. And the madrasas, learning is taking place in these madrasas. I know the government, those under the Amana are supported by the government and they are monitored well. But we have the traditional setups, the majalis or the karantabas. How do we support them? Because sometimes you have these marabouts, they have more than 100 children under their control. Are they strong enough to provide food to these children? Do we know whether there are abuses happening with these centers? It's high time government to monitor and give them support. Honorable Speaker, coming to political freedom. Political freedom is cardinal to our democracy. And it has been enshrined in our constitution that people have right to belong to any political group they like. And it's our constitution that dictates us to have political parties. So, fallacy of personal attacks on a political party or political party leaders or individuals is not what Gambia needs now. It's not the education that we have gone through should warrant us to be attacking, labeling political parties. Political parties must be entertained in democracy. They must be accepted. We have right to debate constructively. But let us stop fallacy of personal attack. It's a threat to our peace. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming to section 17 of the Constitution, the fundamental rights and freedoms. With your permission, 17.1, the fundamental human rights and freedoms enshrined in this chapter shall be respected and upheld by all organs of the executive and its agencies, the legislature, and where applicable to them, by all natural and legal persons in Gambia, and shall be enforceable by the courts in accordance with this constitution. Honorable Speaker, these freedoms are not gift. We are born with them. And I believe the executive, the legislature, or any organ of the government must respect these fundamental rights. I have a right to speak up my mind. I have a right to associate. I have a right to do as a human being as dictated by my constitution. But along the line, we have been seeing a lot of abuses happening, Honorable Speaker. 2016 change must be a change that we must recognize, that we fought against a system that we are not going to accept it to be repeated in this country, where mothers, fathers, civil servants are denied their fundamental right to perform. They are denied to access their offices. All that happened in this country here. People will be arrested on the way to work, detained nowhere. Those bad histories will never be entertained here since we have a constitution that safeguards us. This constitution must be defended by us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming to Section 21 of the Constitution, protection of inhuman treatment. As I said, you have been seen or we witness officers slapping people on the way. Even if you argue with an officer on principle, they will come and use their force on you. Of recent, I witnessed it. Do you understand? Security officer talking to somebody, they're just exchanging words. You slap, you show to him that you are putting on the uniform. Those days are gone. If you do it to me, I will do it to you. So we must respect each other. Putting on in uniform, you are there for a purpose, not to abuse your citizens. Honorable Speaker, coming to sanity in our electoral process. I have ample of evidence on my desk in Central Bariba, where we have non-citizens of this country participating in our election or electoral process. But it all starts from where documentation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our national identity card must be respected. Us politicians, let us not abuse our national document because of our political prosperity. We all came from families that we are in the former government. And we learned that this has been a culture, not in this, this government, but for the past governments. Can't we make a stop to it now? It's a PPP government, it happened. APRC government, it happened. Should Barrow government continue with a legacy that's a poor legacy, that is undemocratic, that is abuse of authority, to give our document to foreigners to vote in our elections? We should not entertain it, because the Constitution clearly said, 39 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Constitution, right to vote and be registered. Every citizen of the Gambia, being 18 years or older and of sound mind, shall have the right to vote for the purpose of election of a president and members of the National Assembly, and shall be entitled to be registered as a voter in National Assembly constituency for that purpose. But in my area, I am bordered to Senegal. So we all know that sometimes families will go and marry from that end. But you cannot vote in Senegal and vote in Gambia when you don't have dual citizenship. So we must try to regulate our system. Our electoral processes must come to sanity in order to promote peace within the country, Honorable Speaker. These are some of the things that we need to work as a country to make sure that we sanitize our electoral system. Honorable Speaker, crop failure. I will differ with my honorable member of Nyanija about this farming season. For me, having too much of rain doesn't mean that the season is a good season. No, I'm not ready. Just wait. When I'm ready, I'll allow you to observe me. It's not about the rainy season. Even the price that you talk about, do you understand? The price that you talk, I'll come to that. I'm talking about, the rainy season. I don't call it as a successful rainy season. In fact, I will call it a failure because of the length of the rainy season, some of the crops, were not water-loving crops, and therefore it caused a lot of post-harvest loss. So, coming to the price of groundnut, yes, you can promote or thank the government for it. But what I'm saying, if you look at the expenditure, because agriculture is business, what you spend and what you earning, if the expenditure is more than the earning, you cannot call that one as a plus to me. Do you understand? As an agri-economist. So anyway, now I want the honorable minister and the executive to declare this year as a failed season. Do you understand? This year is not a season that we can be proud of because crops like rice, some suffered a lot due to water lodging, and in my area, Badibu, we have a lot of post-harvest loss. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, before I
Can I observe you?
before I draw or conclude my contribution, I would like to appeal, if it could be an appeal, to the Ministry of Information to look at the embargo on the radio stations. Honorable Speaker, I believe during 2016, the early days of the revolution, I will call it a revolution, done not by arm, okay, but a change of government by ballot. Everybody celebrated the chance that was given to media for people to operate media stations in the country. I know you are putting up measures to see how best you can do vetting, but let chance be given to people who are qualified to operate radio stations. I know of bona fide people who came to this country with their wealth to invest into this sector. So, and they have gone far. So putting an embargo, how many young people can they employ? So putting an embargo on this kind of people in the name of Abu Maron, to me, I believe justice is not given to him. So I believe the minister yesterday, day before, the response that you made is not permanent, but I think you need to fast track your assessment and see those stations or those people who are viable to operate, we give them chance to operate, since we have a lot of people sitting down without a job. And I believe every station can employ at least 5 or 10 people at their radio station. So, Honorable Speaker, these are my contribution, and I believe us, as people who are ready to develop this country, we must try to nurture peace, and we must respect each other and see each other as partners in development. I thank everybody for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also partake in this adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, I would first of all begin my submission in acknowledging your office of the clerk and his deputies, my fellow honorable members of the National Assembly, the honorable ministers here present with their permanent secretaries, our sister forces, police here present, directors, and other heads of civil service present here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will begin my intervention on the side of my constituency, talking about the health facility. Honorable Speaker, the health facility in my constituency, Jara Central, need to be considered. There are 2 communities in Jara Central, Honorable Speaker. These communities are suffering very well in terms of reaching a health facility. If you look at the whole of the constituency, we have only one single health facility where at least a pregnant woman can go and deliver. That is also Jalambere. If you look at that facility, that health facility, Honorable Speaker, it was made by the community. Members of the community came together, mobilized funds, and then they established that health facility. In terms of human resources, it is the government that is in charge. But if you look at a community or a constituency of 27 villages, and most of these villages, in fact, are 7 kilometers away from the Soma-Basse highway, only one community has a health facility, Honorable Speaker. That needs to be considered, Honorable Speaker, by the government.
And I would urge the honorable ministers here present, because I'm not sure whether the health minister is here, but I would want those ministers who are here to take note of that. The people of Minna, Honorable Speaker, they are 6 to 7 kilometers away from the Soma-Basi Highway. No health facility there. What they have there is a weekly clinic. And they come there, the health personnel come there only once in a week. Or in a month, once in a month. So if you look at the period, Honorable Speaker, that these community members would stay without seeing a health personnel, apart from coming to Soma, which is almost 10 kilometers. That is not called for, Honorable Speaker. Every person in this country has right to health. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm urging the Honorable Minister for Health to do consider Minna, which is 6 to 7 kilometers away from the highway, at least for a health facility to be constructed there. And remember, Honorable Speaker, this place have no good road. The said community, Minna, has no good road connection to the highway. They didn't. The health facility, the health personnel leaving Soma, going there, they know the troubles they face. They exactly know the problem they faced. And as a member of parliament, Honorable Speaker, for that constituency, I face the same trouble. I face the same trouble if I have to visit them, to go there. I have a trouble with my car. I do have it. So what about those innocent people who did not even have a car posted there? Because the community ambulance which is there, if it is going there, in fact, it's a trouble. It's a big trouble for that ambulance to reach Minna. In the last parliament, I talked about Minna here. I talked about Minna for them to have a health facility. Honorable Speaker, these people they are suffering a lot. The other community that need a health facility, Honorable Speaker, in Jara Central is Sasita Toranka, which is in the Kabada side. This community also, Honorable Speaker, is 6 to 7 kilometers away from the highway. That's the Soma-Basi Highway. This mentioned community also was an issue that I have been addressing here in this parliament in the last legislature, that's the 5th legislature, Honorable Speaker. But still now, nothing has come, just like the Honorable Member for Nyanija have said. I will also not keep quiet. I will keep on mentioning these two communities in my constituency, at least to be facilitated with a health facility. Honorable Speaker, this will take me to poor network in the internet system in Jara Central, Honorable Speaker. We are in a modern world, a world which goes with internet. Today, you cannot do anything without the internet. Even in parliament here, if you are having a poor connection of internet, we all suffer the consequences. And let us remember that Jara Central is part of the Gambia, Honorable Speaker. We also need the internet connection. We need it. Honorable Speaker, it is very annoying if you are in my home in Buiba, you want to download an email, Honorable Speaker. It will take you 1 hour before you reach to that email. I complain about it with these GSM companies and all whatnot, Honorable Speaker. but nothing has come out of it. Even simple calls, Honorable Speaker, sometimes is a problem. Yeah, the member for Jara West is here. He can attest to that, Honorable Speaker. You go to around his side, call is a problem. It's just recently the AfriCell or the QCell have an antenna there. Just recently. That is just mere calling, Honorable Speaker, not internet. I'm not talking about internet. In that side. So, Honorable Speaker, I am urging the Minister of Information and Communication at least to help the people of Jara Central also to access the internet. We are appealing. I'm appealing on behalf of the people of Jara Central, Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable Minister to assist us, at least update or upgrade the internet system of my constituency. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I would want to include in my submission, Honorable Speaker, would be the issue of asking the Honorable Minister of Health to resign. Asking the Honorable Minister of Health to resign, Honorable Speaker, I think we need to check why things are going in that direction, Honorable Speaker. If you calculate, Honorable Speaker, from the time of independence up to date, excluding the supplementary budgets that come to Parliament, Honorable Speaker, the Gambian National Assembly have ratified or has approved almost 57 budgets from independence to date, excluding the supplementary budgets. Honorable Speaker, I think if Parliament is ready to make a U-turn in the sense of having an equipped lab, it could have been possible, Honorable Speaker, since then. And it is not late, Honorable Speaker. It is the Parliament that approves funds for every sector of government, Honorable Speaker. What stopped the National Assembly from requesting from the minister to come up with a budget or a supplementary budget to fund that lab, Honorable Speaker? We can do it. And there's nothing that can stop that when we are ready to do that. But I think, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we need to see what, we need to observe I think nobody have ever given the Honorable Minister some funds to go and prepare a lab, to go and construct a lab. It has never taken place. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would want for National Assembly members to desist from saying, they have their right to say that, Honorable Speaker. But for me, Honorable Speaker, I am not in line with members of Parliament who said, let the Minister of Health resign. In the notion that because there's no lab to test equipments, and already we know that it is the National Assembly that approves funds for the ministries to undergo their own developments that are going to be very viable for the country. Honorable Speaker, I'm in total objection of that. Honorable Speaker, I would end up my debate here. I am thanking every one of you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara Central. My sympathies with my grandchildren in Jara. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Can I observe him? You cannot call the Fonyi people while the people of Fuladu are seated. That is not accepted.
No, the Fulani need prayers. We need prayers. So I'll observe you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also thank the various ministers present for honoring the call, and also various members of Parliament, the support staffs of the National Assembly, and also the bodyguards of various ministers and media present. It's indeed a great thing, a day like today, to discuss pertaining issues that will maintain and change the movement, adherence, the rule of law of the country. The peace and stability of this country is almost off of all our responsibility. So I believe we are Gambians. And in Gambianization, what we know is peace, and we work towards advocating for peace, and we stand in uniform to make sure we establish that peace. Honorable Speaker, issues do happen. Before I come to the burning issues of yesterday, I need to raise my voice high. And I condemn in totality the brutalization that my people of Fonyi, Kansala, and the Fonyis are facing since 2017 to date. Fonyi is part of Gambia, and Gambia is Fonyi, and you cannot remove Gambia from Fonyi, neither removing Fonyi from Gambia. So we believe that we are citizens, we are taxpayers, we have that right of protection. We are citizens, and we have that right that every corner in this country is privileged with. So, in that forth, I can quote this clearly, that incidents have been happening where our sons are killed in Fonyi, arrests in Fonyi, shot in Fonyi. In the March of this month, others are shot and killed inside Casamas. Citizens, as a Gambian citizen, you have the right to be protected. Whatever form, in putting this to consideration, Honorable Speaker, Section 8, Chapter 3 of the Constitution of the Gambia, page 18, citizenship's commencement in the Constitution. I read, if I may be permitted. Every person immediately before coming into force of this Constitution is a citizen of the Gambia, shall, subject to this Constitution, continue to be a citizen of the Gambia, retain the same status of birth, descent, registrations, or naturalization, and as the case be, as he or she enjoys the immediate before coming into force of this Constitution. So we have movements where it says citizenship by birth, citizenship by descent. These are all accolades that my people of Fonyi. I saw a press release from the government of the past incident that happens, our 3 sons of Fonyi who were shot dead in Casamas, insinuating that they are not Gambians. I condemn in totality, and I believe the government, with the spokespersons, who do their homework correctly, Those people are citizens like whoever is announcing, and they will be citizens and they will continue to be citizens of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I could qualify this. 3 people who were sought. The first one by the name Alaji Manga. In their parading message that they saw, they said it's Alaji Koli. It is Alaji Manga, he's from Dobong. This is his valid passport. It doesn't end to that. The day of Friday, Alaji was here preparing his documents. He should have, a day like today, travel to outside Gambia. And the same Alaji also have what we call a valid national ID card. This is also his valid national ID card. Alaji had went through his schooling and completed his senior secondary school in Penyem Senior Secondary School. A Gambian for that matter. Brothers are Gambian. The mother is a Gambian. And even if the government is ready, I can produce the ancestral lineage that are Gambians. The second one is Demba Kwali. This is one of the most saddest moments. Demba's mother. Demba was born in Brufut. 2 months later, Demba's mom passed away. They had to evacuate Demba to Karunor. This is how Demba stayed in the village, as we speak, till he was shot in Casamas. Demba again had a birth certificate. And the other one also is Suleiman. This is also Suleiman's. He is currently in the hospital. I was just from the hospital. He's discharged today. He was also shot. Unfortunately, he survived. So Suleiman has a valid old ID card, and this is his recent one. So, if the government is really doing their homework, are we trying to condemn and say they are no citizens and they want to lay a deaf ear on it? It is unacceptable. And I want the current spokesperson of the government to withdraw his statement and come with a fresh one, that he will inform the Gambian people that they have misled the populace and they have misled the citizens of the Gambia. This is Suleiman's mom's valid national ID card. My younger brothers, current younger brother, her wife's mom and Suleiman's mom are from the same father and mother. And Suleiman's mom is from Mayok. So let's be honest here. Let's speak the reality. Let's encourage dialogue and make sure we change the status quo of trying to pinpoint issues that are relevant. So far, whatever human being that you are, whatever happens to you, we have to work towards showing solidarity. But the saddest moment that I face, the government press release, even indicating Yankuba, who was shot in Kasama, a citizen of Jifanga, saying that he is not a citizen. Yankuba's sister, Yankuba's mother is my born sister. I only knew when I went and attended the funeral in Jifanga. So we have evidence base to constitute and qualify that these people are valid Gambians. ID cards, voter ID cards, birth certificate, and we also have passport. So who is more a citizen than these people? I want the government to come out and spell this out. That ugly head of divine and rule, is high time we discourage that to see a better future and a Gambia for all. Fonyi has been marginalized. And yesterday the government is mooted. They don't even have any affairs of Fonyi. But we are telling them that we will never, ever involve in anything that will destabilize this country. We are peace lovers, we will maintain peace, and we continue to advocate for peace. This is why we came with a move of petitioning the president. And we had vuvu sellers who are not even ready to put straight to the government, neither the president, calling us such names. I wonder, those sons of Fonyi that are real sons of Fonyi, what have they worked in Fonyi? What have they developed in Fonyi? You can sell paracetamol morning, afternoon, night, but you cannot change the status quo and mix and blend or mix up with the president. You can do your politics to secure your chair, to secure your position, but don't use politics of deception, politics of mixing and blend. We, the people of Fonyi, have not hated President Barrow. But the demilitarization, the injustices that the people of Fonyi have faced from 2017 till date, this is what is making sure we are denying and will continue. And be rest assured, we will stand firm to make sure we defend Fonyi, come what may. So we have to speak the truth. We are representative of the people of Fonyi and not of the Gambia. That's why we are called National Assembly members. So this is an attestation. Where the spokesperson who had paraded himself with the media, we are saying it's all wrong. So here, this country, from government comes and goes. Today is this, and tomorrow is another government. So if you knew that and you understand that status quo, I think it will be a landing point for you. With all your position and your accolades, we are saying that demilitarization, people, sons of Fonyi, are arrested and detained in Biam checkpoint. They are arrested and detained in Kanilai. They are arrested and detained and taken to Senegal. These are evidence-based. So that son of Fonyi will sit politically motivated. He had something in his pocket that he would raise to confuse the masses. That Fonyi is normal, Fonyi is okay, Fonyi has not faced anything. School-going children is a problem. Gabege as evidence-based. From 2017, go and check records. Grade 9, grade 12. That guy who has also shown his, being a son, true son of Fonyi, the child, the son, is not even in Fonyi going to school. While our own brothers, younger ones, are deprived of going to school. Go to schools within the border region. A class of 30, you only have 15. Others are transferring, moving. Others are even feeling staying. The economic Senegalese in Fonyi will be going village to village with arms and ammunition. This is heralding. And again, our own pharaoh, that our forefathers owns, women also do farming, agricultural production, are denied for 6 solid years. They cannot farm in that particular land because of what? An occupation of a foreign security. For what? What benefit has it brought? It's only terror that we are facing in people of Fonyi. So far, these people are there. Demilitarization. Selling that has never occurred in pre-colonial era, from Jawara Day to Jammeh, it has occurred in this regime, and we are condemning in totality that let the government take action. We deserve to be protected. We deserve whatever that we have. People in Mankamankunda, the pace that they are enjoying, people in Basse, people in Nyomi, people in Jimara, we want the same peace. It is high time the defense and security should act. And I'm saying this for free. And I'll continue to say it. We are not here to look at the faces of people. Irrespective of wherever you belong to, we are going to say facts. I am sending this to the defense minister and the security apparatus. We are alleging that drones have a base in Fonyi. And there are 3 key areas that we have suspected that drones are bases of those areas. Let them do their proper investigation. In the Fonyi border, women, young and old women, has even understand what the drone is all about. Helicopters will be moving from Senegal inside Gambia, roaming in on the border. We haven't seen anything. 24th of January is an evidence base. 10,000, more than 10,000 people were displaced. We always saw a defense minister will come to the village and said, I came to greet you people. This is attire and sugar. This is one of the biggest insults that the people of Fonyi has faced. Until date, all these deaths that are occurring, we have never seen any government actually to visit and say the people of Fonyi sorry. I will thank currently the Red Cross of the Gambia and that of Senegal. Yesterday they visited the families and sympathized and said, we are sorry for the happenings. So what are we saying? And the last thing is this. We've had a rumor of coup. And we are saying, I'm putting this. Lastly, let the government take action. And those people who are part and parcel, let be brought to justice. But one thing that I want to send my record straight is this. You cannot go and reinstate a coupist and enjoy all the privileges. What are we seeing today? Let them make investigation. Let's that ugly of hate and also the marginalization, issues that are happening in the military. Let it go. Anybody who is involved in coup, let him be thrown away. We have decent officers that will serve and protect us for the peace and tranquility of this country. I submit. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I want to thank my honorable colleagues who have also taken the floor before me, and also thank all honorable ministers here present to witness this August assembly. I will not want to keep this assembly long, because some of the issues that we have in heart has been highlighted by some of the members, and also during the session, we have also dipped into it. Honorable Speaker, first I will want to begin with this. We have heard from Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala condemning what has happened during these few days, which is definitely very disappointing. Security men who are supposed to protect us, security men whom we have high hope on, should protect us and not to introduce any kind of coup plot into this country. History has been made, and I don't want to discuss on issues that have been made already, because you make history for a future. And the future of this country lies on the people of the country. The security of this country lies on the people and the security officers of this nation. I want to condemn what has happened and to urge every Gambian to take actions by what? Condemning that illegal action which has put some of the people on threat. The Gambia is a friendly nation, and we are called the smiling coast of Africa. Coup d'etat is a word that whenever it comes, everybody tends to be threatened. This is because of the history that was made in this country. And I said, we make history for a future. Let us concentrate on developing our nation and know that Gambia belongs to everybody. Let us put our political differences. We are not on political times. We are not on political era, but we are what? In economic situation, economic crisis. Let us look at ways of what? Being resilient to the economic crisis that is happening in the whole world. The government of the day has been democratically elected for a period of 5 years, and is a government of Gambians, including everybody. Therefore, let us put hands together and see how we move our country for the betterment of everybody, and not to introduce issues or things that would bring differences forever and ever. We have seen some countries that are still suffering because of this. So I'm urging everybody to pray and hope good for the Gambia, for the progress, peace, and prosperity of the nation. Honorable Speaker, that aside, I want to thank the people of Sabah Sanjal for giving me the opportunity to serve them. Reason being, I am not the only person who could represent them here. But also they have sent me to share a few words with you. These are some difficulties that are faced with the people of Sabasanjal, and I have raised it before. I will continue to raise it again. Honorable Speaker, we have two wards in Sabasanjal. One is Sanjal ward, and the other one is Sabah ward. And that is why you have it like this, Sabah Sanjal. Sabah is a ward of its own, and Sanjal is a ward of its own. We have over 57 villages in the ward. But only in the district, in the constituency, only 3 amongst them have electricity. And we are bordered to Senegal. These Senegalese will bring ice blocks to these villages at a very high prices. So we want the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy to help us, because we learned that there is this rural electrification project. We are very good Gambians. In Sabasanjal, we are not criminals. We are very good Gambians. We are very honest Gambians. And we have been contributing our quota by paying taxes to the government. Therefore, our needs and aspirations must be filled by the government. Although the government is playing also their quota, we thank them for constructing this most announced route of Sabasanja. Everybody knows about this route. Because whenever you talk about that route, they will say they are removing the basalt. This is what they are telling us, which is not true. We are not removing the basalt. That basalt was given to us by the contractor, and we will continue to use it as far as it is usable. I said it was clean off the road, and it is classified as unclassified material. You cannot reuse it on that route. So based on the corporate social responsibility of the contractor, he decided to give it to us, and we are using it. If you are jealous about it, we are not. We are very much happy, and we have to thank this government for giving us a road and also excess basalt to construct our houses. Honorable Speaker, I said in Sabah Ward, we have only primary schools. And Section 30 of the Constitution states that under subsection A, B, and C, every Gambian citizen should have access to what? Basic and higher education. In the whole of Sabah Ward, there is no middle school or secondary school. We are putting it to the Ministry of Higher Education to look at this issue and address it as soon as possible. Electricity, I have said it, and I will continue to say it. We don't have it. You built a very good road. Please bring along the electricity. We want to see those wires moving around Sabasanja so that it would beautify the road. Because you have what you call, road furniture. So electricity will also furnish those roads. I will thank the Ministry of Agriculture, because I raised a parliamentary question with regards to the post-harvest loss, and he told me that they are going to build one storage facility at Farafenye, which will be shared by the people of the area. I only hope Honorable Damfa will not tell his people that this belongs to Farafenye and Opabadibu. Remember, Opabadibu and Sabasanjal, they were one district before, but now it has been divided. So if they build that one in Opabadibu, it does not mean that it belongs to you only. Please, I'm urging the minister to advise the people of Opabadibu that if it comes, it is for the people of Opabadibu and Sabasanja. So we have to share it so that we can all be equally treated. Now I come to the people of the Gambia. Let us change our attitudes. Let us change our attitudes for the benefit of this country. I cannot be a National Assembly member for Sabasanjal at the same time be a permanent secretary, at the same time be a minister. Likewise, the president of the republic cannot be a president, a permanent secretary, a minister, a governor, and a manager. Let us take up our responsibilities in our different portfolios for the benefit of this country. Every individual, irrespective of your gender, irrespective of your language, irrespective of your portfolio, you must do what? Be honest to whatever responsibility you are given for the benefit of this country. Everybody is blaming each other. And that has to stop now. Let us be serious as a nation, do what is expected of us for the benefit of all Gambians. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all honorable members, especially the right honorable members who have been helping us and also guiding us during this session. This is our first time in Parliament, but they have been very helpful and cooperative. I also want to seize this opportunity once again to say a very big thank you to the Office of the Clerk and the National Assembly support staff for helping us and guiding us during this year. Because this is my first time. If I perform better, it is based on the help and assistance from the Office of the Clerk and the right honorable members who have been giving us advice, without which our function as a National Assembly member today might be minimized. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you very much, and I want to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. I now invite the Honorable Member for Brikama South. The Honorable Member for Kiang East. Pardon?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging the presence of the Honorable Ministers, the Permanent Secretaries, and the security men who are here present. As this session draws to a conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity yet again to draw the attention of the government to the state of neglect and marginalization of my constituency, which is Kiang East, particularly the Kabada region. I want to remind the government that Kabada is also part of the Gambia. Gambia is not complete without Kabada. The people of Kabada are taxpayers, but government after government from independence up to date have neglected this region. Currently, these people are struggling with basic human rights issues. For example, lack of potable water is a serious issue with my people. It's a serious issue with these people. After 7 years of this government, these people could not have access to proper drinking water for the people and their livestock. I think we need to understand that this region, unlike many regions in this country, are always supportive of the government. Because what I seem to believe in is the lopsided nature of government's development programs. Development would be taken to areas that are pro-government, areas that the government think are not supporting them, do not benefit from development programs. But I can tell you that Kabada, until this year, has been supporting the government. In every single election, these people vote massively for the government, yet they are neglected. This is something I cannot understand. The Honorable Minister for Water Resources here, and I want to, of course, I know that he is taking this issue up seriously because I've already discussed with him, but I am appealing to him to expedite this process. These people, they need water. They need water for domestic consumption. They need water for their livestock. But they even need water for gardening. Now, in this area, women during the dry season do not have any activity, any economic activity, because in those areas we depend entirely on farming. This is only possible during the rainy season. When the rainy season is over, then it's over for them. I have engaged them on so many occasions, and they are seriously interested in gardening. But this can be done only when water is available. So if they don't have water for drinking and water for vegetable gardening, is definitely going to be a dream for them. Honorable Minister, please, I am appealing to you to take this up seriously. I don't want to come back here next year and then start discussing these things again, because for the past 7 years, every single year, I have been talking about this issue, and yet the government does not seem to intervene. I hope you will take this issue up seriously. And then there is a problem also. We have every National Assembly member who spoke before me seemed to be talking about health facilities, health centers. So this tells us that health is a major issue for Gambians. It's a common problem right across the entire country, in all the constituencies. My constituency is not an exception. We have a health center in Kolyor. Kolyor is in Kiang East. This health center or health facility is built with community effort. The people needed a health center. And they know that until they pull their resources together and build a health center, they would never have one. Since independence, if they had waited for the government, they would probably be waiting up to today, and probably they would probably wait until eternity before they could get a health center. And this village, the location is very strategic. This health facility that is put up by the villagers is serving 18 communities, including communities from across the border. But the problem is, during the last regime, these people negotiated with the government, and the agreement was that they would put up these structures, they would mobilize resources, put up this structure, but after 5 years, the government was going to take it over. I think we are in the 12th year now. this facility is not taking over. Now the people are struggling with staffing the facility because since inception, it's the community that has been staffing the facility. And from 2017 up to now, me personally, I have engaged minister after minister of health to try and take this facility over, but it is yet to happen. Now, we are always talking about, I don't know, public-private partnership or whatever, which means that people should come and assist the government, join hands with the government to deliver development to the people. But the sad thing is when people take initiatives, the government usually fails to keep its part of the bargain. This is serious. I'm not sure if the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health is here, but if he is, I want to tell him to inform his minister that this facility is still not handed over and we are struggling with issues. And until you visit this facility, you would not understand the effort and the resources that are committed into this facility. They have one of the best maternity wards comparable to any major health center or any major health facility in the Gambia. You walk in there and you are impressed, but the government side of the bargain is the problem. And I want the Ministry of Health to please consider this and take this issue very seriously. That health center is strategically located. It is serving the Asobo, about 7 kilometers away. Before this, people would struggle, especially during the rainy season. The roads are bad. It is serving Jasobo. On the Jasobo, about 6 or 7 kilometers away. It is also serving other settlements in Kabada and Jolfred, which are also similar distances away. Very, very far. And the roads are impassable during the rainy season. You can imagine the suffering that people will go through, especially pregnant women who are in labor, if they have to struggle to go to Kayaf or Kolyor. So this facility, when it was set up, has made life a lot easier for these people. Because now, instead of struggling to go all the way to Jarasoma, they would stop at Kolyor. But here, the major challenge is still remaining. I think the government needs to step in, assist these people, staff the facility, and provide them with the necessary drugs. Okay. And then, there is also the issue of roads. I've talked about it here, times without numbers. I've engaged the successive permanent secretaries of Ministry of Roads and Infrastructure. There was a time that after my debate, the then permanent secretary contacted me and asked me to give him information in terms of mileage, or in terms of distance in my constituency. I did that. And I think after that, that permanent secretary I'm sure he just dropped that note in the assembly here, because from then on, nothing happened. You know, transportation is very important. Now, not only do people travel on these roads for their daily, businesses, but also they need these roads to access major health centers, to access health facilities, to access schools, to access markets with their produce. Here, the problem is during the rainy season. It's difficult. Roads are impassable. If you have to travel out from those areas, it is a very difficult problem during the rainy season. We have had instances where pregnant women in labor could not access the health center in time. And of course, the worst happened. And I know that this is not the only, this is not peculiar to just Kiang East, because I think another member of the National Assembly here in the 5th Legislature mentioned a similar problem. Development until we approach it holistically, our efforts are not going to always get the desired results. You develop one aspect of one part, and the other part remains undeveloped. Then eventually, sometimes problems happen. So development is actually a holistic issue, and it must be treated holistically. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, before I round up my debate, I want to join my colleagues in condemning the attempted coup d'etat yesterday, that happened yesterday. Coups are not the best ways to change a government. We have had experiences here. We knew what happened in 1981. Those of us who were here then, we knew what happened, the untold sufferings and deaths it brought to the people of the Gambia. You know, we know that elsewhere in Africa or other parts of the world, we know what coup d'etats do. In the Gambia, we cannot afford a coup d'etat. People are poor, people are struggling, people are struggling. Imagine that there is a coup. You know, of course, what happens with coups is whether they succeed or they fail, the result is always sufferings. Whether they fail or whether they succeed, you know, the result is always suffering. Sometimes it leads to instability. You know, a coup happens, it fails, and then there's chaos and instability. People die, people run away, becomes, you know, refugees outside of their country. This we cannot afford as a country. We are poor, we are hungry, we cannot afford any coup. And I want to join my colleagues in condemning coups. Honorable Speaker, with that, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang East. I now invite Honorable Nominated Member, Honorable C.D. Eskenjai. He steps out. I now invite the Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Ministers present here, the permanent secretaries, security officers, and all the present in the National Assembly here today. Honorable Speaker, I want to start my intervention by joining my colleagues to totally condemn the action taken by some military officers in the Gambian National Army. This action is unbearable, and the Honorable Officer, Speaker, I urge the Gambia government not to spare these people for their action. I think they deserve to be punished because they want to stabilize the peace and the stability that we are enjoying in this country here. So they deserve to be punished. Honorable Speaker, any unconstitutional change of government is illegal in any form. So the action taken by these people definitely is unconstitutional, and I think they deserve punishment. Again, Honorable Speaker, health, Parafenye General Hospital is the only major hospital in the North Bank region. And I came to understand that in this hospital, there is a scanning machine, but there is nobody in that hospital presently who is operating this machine. Pregnant women, normally when they visit this hospital, they are referred either to Eseu Health Center or BANJUL. When you look at the distance here, it's too far. So I want the Minister of Health to take note. If he is not aware of this, the person responsible to operate this machine, I learned that he is transferred. So somebody should replace so that our people will not go to Eseu or BANJUL. Honorable Speaker, education. I think every Gambian have equal opportunity to education. Honorable Speaker, when you look at my constituency, from Timbinkoto to Kemaya, in that borderline, since colonial time, they don't have school. The nearest school to this area is 4 to 5 kilometers. So that is depriving these children to go to school. So I urge the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education to try and consider these people so that they can also have access to basic education. Even whereas it will be fitting if they can have a nursery school. So because children at the age of 5 cannot travel 4 to 5 kilometers to the nearest school. But at least when they have a nursery school, that will be a feeder school to the nearest school. That will definitely help them. So I want the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education to take note and consider these people by helping them to have at least a nursery school in that area. Honorable Speaker, this is going to be a general advice to all Gambians. We already know that we are bordered with Senegal. We are interrelated. And we have many things in common. But currently, we know that there is a problem in the southern Casamas. Let us try and advise our people in order to avoid going to those places. Because it is not safe for us. Anything can happen there. There's a problem there, and we realize that we know that there's a problem there. Let's advise our people to refrain going to those areas, because definitely it is not safe for us. When we go there, anything happens, I think we need to not to blame anybody but ourselves. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is all what I have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Ileasa constituency. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. My intervention will be very minimal today. Simply, I've decided not to take part in this adjournment debate today, but all of a sudden, I need to change my decision to say at least few words than to keep quiet. Honorable Speaker, to begin with, last Wednesday, the 14th of December, during question and answer session, I have engaged the minister responsible for tourism on a question concerning the environmental lapses at the BANJUL International Airport. The response I received from the Honorable Minister was not welcoming, according to my research. The Minister openly and loudly went against my question and even asked me to withdraw my question, which was dangerous for the nation. To me, that comment was not welcoming. As a state minister, we need statements from state ministers that are factual. But the response was never factual, according to my research. The question was, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to read, with your permission. The question was, Mr. Speaker, the recent situation at the airport in the country is undesirable to some tour operators, resulting to the cancellation of some flights to the Gambia. Could the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture tell this August Assembly what measures are in place to ensure a safe and successful tourist season? The Minister responded by saying there was no flight cancellation. And actually this was in the news, on newspapers, on radios, that there was a flight cancellation because of the environmental lapses at the airport. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I would want to put it to the Honorable Minister that this august body is an honorable house. Any statement that is to be said here have to be factual. For a state minister to come and stand before this august body and give statements that are unfounded is very dangerous for the nation. And through you, Honorable Speaker, I will urge you to send a message to the Honorable Minister to come before this august body and apologize. Honorable Speaker, through you, I'll urge the Honorable Minister that this august body, when he stands at this podium, he should know that he is not addressing a political rally. Honorable Speaker, through you, Honorable Speaker, as the presiding officer of this august body, through you, I would want to put it through you to urge honorable ministers when they are before this august body, they should respect this august body. Honorable Speaker, through you, I want to put it to the Honorable Minister for Tourism that I stand by my question. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I'll express my disappointment to the Ministry of Finance as well. Honorable Speaker, as National Assembly members, we cannot be here approving budgets when it comes to disbursement of those budgets becomes a problem. Where does the problem lies? When budgets are being approved, but when it comes to disbursement of those budgets, it's always a problem, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's almost exactly 1 year now, this august body approved a budget for National Assembly members called the CDF, Constituency Development Fund. Up till now, no member benefited or received those funds. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll give you, come on, I'll give you the floor. Yeah, go, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to observe him. Honorable Speaker, what the member is saying is correct as far as the last CDF that we received, that was in 2020 to 2021. As of now, we receive nothing. For my constituency, I don't receive.
Honorable Chair, may I observe, please? Yes, Honorable Speaker, both the Central Baribu and Bakau, they can say they don't receive, but no member don't receive. I don't see is factual. Member for Upper Salem received, Nyanija received. So then you can say no member don't receive.
My constituency, I don't receive.
Lower flood also.
Honorable members, more honorable members,
Honorable Speaker,
you will all have your turn.
Can I rise on a point of order?
Honorable members, every honorable member who wants to take the floor will take the floor today. You have your turn to come out to explain, to say how you feel and what your opinions are. Meanwhile, we allow the honorable member for Bakau to continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think this language is very simple. If we are talking of 60 members, 3 members receive, where is the justification, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, during the bilateral engagement with various ministries, all ministries complained about poor disbursement of funds when it comes to their budget. Why is this happening when budgets are being approved by members of this august body? Will it be necessary, honorable members, to come back to this august body 2023 in December to approve budgets that becomes problem when it comes to disbursement? Honorable members, I ask. Honorable members, Honorable Speaker, count me out next budget session if I am to be part of this august body to approve budgets that will become problem when it comes to disbursement. found me out, Honorable Speaker. I want to make my position very clear because I need to enjoy my CDF. I am part of members who made those approvals. So when it comes to disbursement for my CDF, I see no reason why I should not benefit it. I've made commitments, I've made promises to my constituency. So when it comes to benefit of those budget, it's my right to get it through the finance ministry. Honorable Speaker. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, why is it a problem to meet ministers when it comes to certain issues, Honorable Speaker? You knock on ministers' doors. The first question you will be asked, do you have any appointment with him? Why do we need appointments to meet honorable ministers? Why? These are public servants. They are taxpayers. They are representing taxpayers. So when taxpayers need them, why should it be a problem to meet them, Honorable Speaker? Why do we need appointment to meet ministers, honorable ministers? My question to you all. This is a concern raised to me, Honorable Speaker, by some of my electors when they knock on ministers' offices. The first question they are asked is, do you have an appointment with them? Even MPs as honorable members, why do we need appointment to meet ministers? Why? Honorable Speaker, you call them, they don't pick their phones. You send them text messages, they never respond. Where is the justification, Honorable Speaker? It's a sad nation anyway, my Honorable Speaker. When we call in for developments, how can we develop? When you need your development partners to engage them, they don't welcome you. It's sad to say, Honorable Speaker. With these few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I prefer taking my seat. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. I now invite the Honorable Member for Olu Yundum constituency. Huh? He's out. Olu Yundum is out. Honorable Member for Jara West. Is he in?
Yeah, he is inside. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, let me also use this opportunity to thank the honorable ministers who are here, and then all those who are coming during this session. Honorable Speaker, I also want to condemn the coup that happened, or the foil coup that happened on Tuesday night. This is not welcoming at all. In the Gambia, this is not what we need now. We have to change a government through elections, but not by the gun. If you want to take a gun,
can I observe you?
No, allow me. This is just 15 minutes. Before you take my time, just allow me. I'm not misleading the House. This is something that happens. You should feel it, and I should feel it. If you see we are here today, it doesn't materialize.
If it works, we will not be here today. If you see we are going to work, it's because of peace. If there is no peace, we cannot go to work. Let's all advocate for peace. How can few soldiers take a gun and want to change a government like that? That's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And an example should be set. We cannot move like this as a country. Look at what happened in Libya. We are talking of wars in Ukraine and Russia. We are crying here. If we have war, we will all die. We are all going to die. Even without the gun, we will die. Because we will not eat. Here in the Gambia, we go to work and come and remove our fish money for our lunch tomorrow. So if you want to be in the house for a month, you will die before the gun meet you there. So it's better we talk about peace. If you want to change a government, please wait for elections. But not by the gun. Honorable Speaker, with that, let me move to the Honorable Minister for Agriculture. Yes, I am very happy that my constituency, we have some guidance from the Agriculture Minister, which we never have before. And also a cold store in Jarasoma. This is also welcoming. It is a plus for us. Because in my area, you see a lot of the women are engaged in this charcoal making, which is not good for the country, not good for us. It's the frustration. It's not good. But if we have gardens, the women will be engaged, and then at least it will also help the husbands in the house to reduce their fish monies. So, Honorable Minister, we really appreciate that. I don't need to mention all the villages that have the gardens, but then they said, let me thank you on their behalf. Honorable Speaker, again, I was talking about the issue of the Soma Hospital. I was there again, I was told they have an issue of securities for securing the place. And this is something that I wanted to be taken very urgent, because according to them, in the night, they have donkeys and then horses entering the premises. It is not fenced, and they don't have security. I'm appealing to the Health Ministry to at least look into that as soon as possible. Again, we really thank them what they are doing there, but also we need for them to push up their muscles again. Because in that place, the hospital is covering a lot of villages. You can see almost the whole of LRR. That is the only major hospital there. But they are lacking a lot of things that are very, very useful. And then I believe those things should be addressed immediately. Because as I always say, we have to reduce these referrals from Soma to Buyam or to Farafenye or to Banjul here. It is very far. There are cases, I believe, if some measures are put in place, they don't need referrals. They are telling me that there is no functional surgical unit in that hospital. There is also no functional dental unit in that hospital. So I'm appealing to the ministry to look into that. I am happy they are writing, but I want this writing to be in the performance. Also, there is a help post in part of Kabada, Sare Musa. We thank you for giving us the ambulance. We have seen it have removed us from very, very difficult situations. There were times you see pregnant women on Oscars, donkey carts, some even end up delivering on the Oscar. But now, thank God we have the ambulance. And then people are very happy. They said, let me say a big thank you to the ministry and the government. But also, this place used to be very, very busy, this help post I'm talking about. I said it here the last time we were there. I was there when I was on tour with some honorable members. But when we visited the place, it was so crowded. So if you can help us at least have even a small room there for a delivery room. Because now the nurses who are there are attending to pregnant women, but space is their problem. They don't have houses because it's only one house that is there, and the other one is just an open veranda. So if they can have at least a small house, if not that big also, but at least to admit these women when they delivered, it will be very, very important, and then we really appreciate it. And I want that also to be expedited. Please help us with that. Honorable Speaker, I would want to go to the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy. Like he was here the last time. Yes, I got what he was saying, that their electrification program, he explained, I have some notes, but then there are people in Soma and Kanikunda. This is not a new settlement. They are there for years. But then, even this, not long ago, staffs of NAWEC were there. They thought these people will reach them, but they tell me these people have left without reaching them. And they are in the heart of Soma, very close to the OMVG substation. Please, let's consider them. The minister told me the last time, after the session, let me give him the list. I provided the list, but these people are appealing. I'm not saying places that the electricity don't reach there at the moment, but these people, they are in the center of the electricity. You can see the other side is having light, the other side, they are in the middle. Very close to the OMVG substation. Please, let's consider. And also this village I mentioned the last time. If the minister is here, he could remember. I put that in my list. Sarabiran. Sarabiran, for almost, since we have light, the wires are from Soma, past them, they are on the highway, past them and go to the border villages. They are in the middle. And the wires, they have only seen the wires for all these years. This is, I don't think this will cost much, like taking light to a very new settlement. No. Some little work will be done, they will have light, and they'll be comfortable. Because our light system, we thank the government. It's a very, very, we are very, very happy with that light system. We don't have, our light don't off. If you have light, only 10 minutes, if it offs, 10 minutes, it is back. So we thank the government for that. There are villages also that I mentioned the last time, still now, around, without electricity. And those places used to be very dark. Off the road, but not far from the main highway. Villages like Kwahel, Sarafonkoi, Sinchue, Sarasedi, Daru. Please, Honorable Minister. These people, they're in the darkness. They need light. They need light. So we are appealing
for you to consider them in your this list coming. As you said, there are arrangements going for the expansion of the electricity. Honorable Speaker, with that, I want to come to at least the Youth and Sport Minister. In Jara West, as I said the last time, our youths are gifted in skills, in football, you name it. Please, let's see what to do for them. They are producing very talented players. So I would like at least for the ministry to allocate something for the youths who are performing in these tournaments there. The last time they told me their perimeter fence for their mini stadium is very short. You know, sometimes, as you know, football is just about the fans cannot control themselves. Sometimes they cannot control the fans. They jump inside and then, it can create problem when there is match going on. So they would like that fence at least to be adjusted, if possible. And also, there are a lot of youth centers that were sponsored by GIZ and then some international donors. And then according to them, these projects have phased out and they were doing well with those youth centers. We would like the government and the Ministry of Youth to take over and then make those youth centers to be sustainable. I'll be very happy if that is done. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank my honorable colleagues. It has been a long session, but also let's not see ourselves as enemies. We are all the same. We are all here for the betterment of our people, the Gambia. So on that note, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, our support staffs, the Secretariat. I'm thanking everybody. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to cede.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara West. Indeed, you are very skillful people in Jara. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
For giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me first thank the members of the executive who came to attend this adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would start issues that I believe I have been advocating for in this assembly for almost 12 to 13 years now. But as the member for Kiang was alluding to, Honorable Speaker, the people of Nyamina Dankunku, we felt we are not part of the country. A simple reason, Honorable Speaker. When it comes to the issue of electricity, it's zero. When it comes to the issue of road infrastructure, it's zero. Honorable Speaker, and these are one of the basic needs that actually every Gambian need. And then Actually, we also, despite our numerical figure, we contribute to the tax of this country. And then I believe we should be definitely looked at now. The reason why I say so, then you were my majority leader, I was the minority leader. I have been advocating for these issues for quite a long time now. I have spoke here on this floor for 10 to 13 years, yet nothing can be done in Nyamina Dankunku. This is why I feel sometimes I will say I will not even talk, but because of the voice of representation, I must talk for them to know I am talking. If not, they will say, he is sitting there without talking. This is why this time definitely I want to put it across. Let the people of Nyamina Dankunku also be seen as Gambians. Honorable Speaker, the trade season is on. And in Nyamina Dankunku, everybody knows the sector in Nyamina Dankunku, how productive that sector was. That's the Ministry of Agriculture. There was an issue with the sector. And geographically, if you look at the location of Nyamina Dankunku, it's very remote from the main highway. So if there is no groundnut, if the sector in Dankunku is not operating, they find it very difficult to sell their ground. Because you either go up to the main highway to go up to Dalaba, or else you have to cross to Kawu, which is very difficult. Very difficult for our people. And we produce a lot of groundnut. We produce a lot of groundnut. And then honestly, Honored Minister of Agriculture, I want you to look at the issue of the sector in Dankunku. It's a very prominent sector in those days. And then you looked at it, we find it very difficult when we produce our agricultural product, especially groundnut. We find it very difficult to go and sell them. Honorable Speaker, let me talk about water. When it comes to water for human consumption, we count the number of villages that does not have running water. Very few. But in Nyamina Dankunku, because of our geographical location, during the dry season, the cattle from Fuladu, they all go to Nyamina Dankunku the whole dry season. And in Nyamina Dankunku also, we have sometimes 6 months fresh water and 6 months salt water. During the dry season, we have this salt water. Most of the cattle, most of the cattle from Fuladu, because of the grazing around the riverside, they all the Fuladus, as far as from Saremudu, from Bansam, they all come. And most of these cattle during the dry season, because of the salty water, they miscarried. And then I think what needs to be done is to have at least boreholes around the grazing area, so that the moment the cattle come from the grazing, they can have a fresh water. Because these cattle also, they are part of us. We utilize them in our own social activities. So that one is very important. Then when it comes to health, this time I will talk the issue of the health post. I don't know whether the Ministry of Health is around. If you look at that constituency, the bigger population is around the Bababala area. Then the hospital, the health center we have is in Dankunku. And then if there is a proper health center in Gisati, even the people from Nyamina West, there are some villages that are very close to my constituency. They can have their health attendants in that health center. And then I want the Ministry of Health to look at that area too. Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, I think we all have heard what has happened on Tuesday night, whether it's an allegation, it's an alleged coup, whether it's a successful coup. But for the meantime, we can say it is an alleged coup. But then nonetheless, we need to condemn it. because the act is already been taken. And then if you looked at the ringleader, it is on social media now. Everybody knows about it. This ringleader, who is he? He was once in the military, sacked by the then president. He was sacked by the then president, and this was a guy who led the student demonstration at the University of the Gambia against Professor Mamadou Kane. So when this government came in place, it was imposed that anybody who was sacked to be reinstated. But if you are reinstating, make sure you scrutinize the individual. Because if a soldier man sack a soldier man, there is an issue. Especially when you are reinstating the security unit, the security elite who was sacked from the army, you are reinstating that individual, you don't make a proper scrutiny. That person is the ringleader of this foil coup. I think the executive, when you are reinstating, you have the power, the right to reinstate. But if you are reinstating, make sure you scrutinize. Honorable Speaker, for me, I believe anybody who engage in changing the then government, you will not want a military personnel to be a president in this country. It is very tedious. Honorable Alaji Dabo knows, we were together when we are forming the coalition 2016, bringing President Barrow to power. How tedious it was. But today, what is the justification of saying let's change a government to bring a military government? What are the justifications? Maybe it's because of the president does not steal, he does not bite. They use that advantage. Maybe that's it. Because of he don't steal, he don't bite. For me, the president has made it easy, in fact, to remove him from power. Because you can go and campaign up to his door, he wouldn't mind, he will tell you it's democracy. And this is what we want. So for him, he has made it very easy for us to remove him from power. At night, at daytime, any time of the day, you can go and carry your political activity. He did not mind. You talk to him, he said, no, it's democracy. Since we have the democracy, why not we use the democracy to remove him from power? The Gambian people have given a mandate for 5 years. If you want to be a president, or you want to remove him from power, go and form a political party. If you go and meet us at the wrestling ground, then we will know who have the power to remove. But not by the barrel gun. No. That's it. I don't think even no Gambian would want that thing to happen. So since the political space in this country is very level, if you want to go in for election, go and form your party. If you form your party, then we go to the political space. There we will show who is more powerful. I believe this is what the Gambian people need now. We don't need any form of government without a democratically elected government. This is what we need. And it is there. It's very easy. We all know, all those who are, when I was contesting in 2001, I know how it was, how difficult was it, and now. Then before I go for nomination, the NIA is floated in my constituency everywhere. I can remember surrendering my hands to an NIA. I tell him, no, my constituent people are not the problem. I am the problem. That's my hand. Why can't you just handcuff me? Then everything is settled. Those issues is now a history. You can do anything you want in politics. Nothing will happen to you. Unless and until, if you put issues in your politics, that will warrant you to be questioned. And that's what must happen too. Despite the fact we have democracy also go with responsibility. We cannot call democracy. You go and carry everything, you go and carry issues that will set fire to to this country. We will never accept it. And let the military know whether they succeed or they don't succeed. The Gambian people, if they have coup d'etat in this country, we will go and coup d'etat them and remove them there. That's possible. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to our electoral process and voting, sometimes it is very easy. For me in this country, sometimes when I was defeated, I agree I'm defeated. Because election is a process. Registration, from registration, even before IEC finalize their voter list, there is a period they call a public scrutiny. Everybody you go and scrutinize. If you see something that you are not comfortable with, they have given you a period to go to the court and lodge a complaint. We have a general registration in this country before the presidential election. Before the presidential election, registration was done. All political parties have their agent at the registration center. That was the law. Unless and until if you don't have the capacity to have polling agent in all the registration centers. But that was the law. That was done. Registration was done, finished. I think this thing was set. In fact, we approved it here in Parliament. The courts that were to be in the various constituencies to receive complaints. The revising court. But there is no political party in this country that I had gone to the revising court for issue of non-citizenship, so on and so forth. So it is after the election, when defeat was done, then the issue of citizenship comes. That's not the way. Honorable Speaker, I just want to comment on the issue of appointment. Anyway, maybe it could happen to others. But me, I never worked to a minister in this country. He tell me appointment. And let me tell you, sometimes appointment, if a minister is receiving a National Assembly member of that caliber, you are not going there only for chat. You are going there for an information. If the minister is not in the position of responding to you at that material time, he can give you an appointment because you need an information, tangible information. For me, I believe appointment could not be issue between us and the ministers. If I walk to your office without an appointment, I may not have the information that I may need. But if I hint you as a minister, I'm supposed to see you on this and that date, you give me an appointment, I come. In a case where I don't seek appointment, I can just walk and then come and discuss with you. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. Honorable members, we have timers here. Some of your watches may be very low. We now move to the Honorable Member for Gimara. Gimara?
Yes, Namara. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, National Assembly members, Honorable Ministers present, members of the general public. Honorable Speaker, please allow me to extend my condolences to one of our colleagues, Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja, who lost his wife this morning. And the burial will be 5 o'clock. So I will appeal and I will also pray for the departed soul to be rest in perfect peace, and also for the Almighty Allah to forgive and grant her the highest place in Jannah. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal to this General Assembly, to members, to look at the content of their speech and also try to do justice in minimizing or, sorting their intervention so that we can attend this particular burial, because a brother indeed in need is a brother indeed. So we sympathize with them, the family, and the entire Bajikunda. Honorable Speaker, I want to seize this opportunity to thank the Office of the Clerk, honorable members, right honorable members, the ministers, the government, everybody that give it all their best to see to it that this particular session, is being successful. Today we are on what is called an adjournment debate. In an adjournment debate, we are out to address issues of national concern and issues that concern our individual or respective constituencies. Honorable Speaker, I could remember the last adjournment debate we had here. We call on the government to look at issues that we think, not only thinking, but that we know are affecting the people that we represent. Before I dwell into my intervention, Honorable Speaker, I was trained to say, he who does not recognize or appreciate the effort of somebody may not be able to recognize or appreciate what he is being given by the Almighty Allah. So on that note, we want to appreciate the effort of the government, no matter how small it is. The development processes, the development projects that they have in place, the policies that they are trying to formulate to see to it that Gambia reach to that promised land. So on that note, we thank the executive, the ministers, and all the genuine Gambians that are taking part in the development process of this country. Honorable Speaker, I represent the people of Jimara. Jimara is a constituency from URR, Upper River Region. In this constituency, we have 87 communities, 87 villages. And you have very large villages there. These are people that are very law-abiding people. I'm very much happy to hear from one of the members that the people of Jimara, they are enjoying peace, freedom, so on and so forth. Yes, we cannot deny that. We are enjoying peace because we are peace-loving people. We enjoy freedom because we are law-abiding citizens. Mr. Speaker, last adjournment debate, I addressed an issue. And I was expecting, as soon as we are done with that particular debate, the ministry's concerned would take it upon themselves, to do something, or at least send a team to verify and clarify or confirm what has been said here. But to my dismay, Honorable Speaker, this is something that is not done. But we are not relenting. we are still calling on them. The issue of our porous borders, leading to the death of many people, whether we know it or not. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the border villages, you see people coming in and out from the Casamas region with medicines that are not fit for consumption. And these are the medicines that they are selling to our people, our mothers, our brothers, our sisters. I can comfortably say it, some of these medicines are also linked to the acute kidney injury deaths of our 70 children that just happened. So I urge the Minister of Health, the Ministry of Health, and Interior and Defense to get us a patrol team, a surveillance team in these border villages to see it to that these medicines or the dealers in these medicines are apprehended or being stopped from coming into the Gambia. From there, Mr. Speaker, I talked about a road or roads in URR. I wish the Minister of Transport, Communication, and Infrastructure was in the House to hear what we have to say. Okay. Welcome, Honorable Minister. I talked about the road that come from Manekunda, Basse, to Dembakunda, the three Dembakundas linking Numiel, Sotuma, Gambisara. This is a very big road, and we have farmers on that road. We have gardeners on that road that find it very difficult to get their, the farm produce to the nearest market. Hence, we all know garden materials, some of them are very perishable. We also talked about the road from Sarekoke. I think this road, on this road, we have about 14 communities. And the length of this particular road is about 40-something kilometers. Since time immemorial, Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, they have never set their eye on a caterpillar or a grader, talk less of saying a good road. Honorable Speaker, these 14 or 17 villages, since time immemorial, they are without water, without electricity, and without good roads. We want the Honorable Minister to look into their issue so that they also have their bits of the national cake. Honorable Speaker, away from that, obviously, I don't think any member of this National Assembly today will support what happened yesterday. That is the issue of the coup, the attempted coup. Honorable Speaker, the military personnel are trained in such a way that they don't have a guts to go against an order, talk less of engaging in a coup d'etat. But Honorable Speaker, because of an instigation from some elements of our society, because of the instigation from the people, some of the citizens, the civilians, that I term as enemies of progress, that I term as selfish individuals, that I term as hypocrites, that are instigating these small boys from the barracks to go against their orders. Honorable Speaker, a member has said it here. We need to check our attitude. Attitude is a problem in Gambia. Sometimes I don't want to blame people. Sometimes I blame our authorities. We are guided by the Constitution of the Gambia and other related laws that are there to support the Constitution. You know your mandate, you know what is to be done and what not to be done. You know what is to be done when somebody is at fault. Honorable Speaker, why waiting until the wrong is done? In this country, we see, last night I could not sleep when I saw a video from someone that was celebrated in this country. He was given a lot of names, titles, the Gambian pen. This is somebody that some of the youths, had a lot of regard to. But at the end of the day, we are disappointed to hear this from him, that they are going to unseat the president before the local government election. And we all know in the Constitution, there is only two ways, or if I'm wrong, you can correct me, how you can unseat a president. That is through ballot or through the National Assembly to impeach the president. As far as this National Assembly is concerned, this 6th legislature, Honorable Speaker, to impeach a sitting president is a no-go area. Then let us ask ourselves, where does this particular man, that particular person, base his confidence on, if it is not through illegal means? And the funniest thing, after 3 or 4 days, we see somebody said he's going to take over the government by hook or crook. Honorable Speaker, these are things that we need to address. This is something that nobody can go. We all know, National Assembly. You support this issue, you support somebody because you belong to the same agenda, you have the same philosophy. At the end of the day, if these people are succeeded, the first institution that will be targeted is the National Assembly. It will be dissolved and you are all going to be sent home. So it is illegal, it is unacceptable. We are not going to relent. As Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku said, anybody who attempted this, even if you succeed, we are going to unseat you. Honorable Speaker, I have a lot to say, but I think my time is past. So, on that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity and thank every honorable member for your kind attention. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jimara. Honorable members, we've just been told of the demise of the wife of one of our colleagues. That's the Honorable Member for Talending Kunya. May her soul rest in perfect peace. And can we please observe a minute's silence and pray for her and those who preceded her? Can we observe a minute's silence, please? Thank you very much. You can take a seat. Somebody is talking. We are not hear you.
Motion without notice, 53, Mr. Speaker. I want to bring a motion. Mr. Speaker, since we've just heard about the demise of our colleague's friend, I want to bring a motion that we limit our contribution to 6 minutes so that we will finish on time and be able to go for the funeral, even though some of us have not spoken, but we have to consider our colleague. I raise the motion to reduce it to 6 minutes.
Second. Boy, we want.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable members and the honorable member for Banjul South, we've just heard some briefs from our legal experts that we cannot have a motion without notice on this particular issue. To put aside a portion of the standing orders, would definitely need notice to honorable members. But I think the spirit in which it is done is correct, that we have lost one of us, that's somebody's wife. Your wife is your twin half. I mean, for us to be able to grace the occasion, to shorten our debate, I think it's in good faith. What probably we can do in that circumstance is to urge honorable members as much as possible to shorten their speeches so that people may have time who may want to go and pay condolences or attend the burial. Thank you. I now invite the honorable member for Jokadu.
No, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Lower Salm, why not then you ask the member to withdraw the motion or you overrule the motion?
Just ruled on the motion. That is withdrawal. No, but I'm not asking the member to withdraw a motion. The member has the right to put up a motion. What if the motion is not in order? We try to give reasons and rule on it. And that's what we have done.
Okay.
Honorable member for Jokadu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me first of all thank each and everyone who is here in this chamber today to witness this important debate. Honorable Speaker, I will start with roads in Jokadu. I've been here for the past 5 years talking about these roads, but unfortunately, nothing was done. And I'm here back again. And I think this time there is going to be a difference because there is a new minister who is here in front of me. And I think he's going to do something for the people of Jokadu. Jokadu, since independence, we were fortunate to have feeder roads, and that was way back in 1985. These roads are all dilapidated as I am speaking. None of these feeder roads is motorable, even during this dry season, much more during the rainy season. And I'm urging the Honorable Minister to just try and then visit this area that I am talking about. That is the road linking Kuntaya to Ker Amadou. You have also Kuntaya to Medina Mudum, that is Bantanding Olof. Then Kersele via Kerjane. It goes up to Bali Mandinka. Then Bali Ali Hawel to Dasilami. The other one is from Munyagen, Tambana, Karantaba, and then it comes to Darufodeba. These roads are in terrible conditions. I'm even doubting if these roads, nothing is done about them until this coming rainy season. It is going to be so terrible for the people of Jokadu. I have been saying, advocating for this road for so long, but still now nothing has been done. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister to come to our aid and then go and visit this site, see this condition of these roads, and then try to see how best he'll be able to help us and bail us out from these bad situations. From there, Honorable Speaker, I'll go to the Minister of Health. I'm saying a big thanks to the Honorable Minister and then his technicians. In the last 5 years, we are fortunate to have a health center, a new health center that is being built in Kisemajao. And then the work is at the finishing stages. The old one at Kuntea also was renovated to standard. I'm really commending the minister for the good work that he has done for us in these past years. And then we are also fortunate to have a health post in a community called Medina Mudum. But the work is yet to commence. So I'm appealing from the Honorable Minister to give us time, because people, they are asking, when is this project going to start? It was said more than a year ago, but still now, work did not commence. So I'm appealing for the Honorable Minister to give us a deadline or a time frame when this work is going to commence. Honorable Speaker, education, Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, I'm also saying a big thanks to her office and her technicians. I raised a question here for oral answers pertaining to Munyagen basic cycle, that they need another classroom block and then school quarters. And as I am speaking now, the work has started. So we are very pleased with her ministry. And then in the same vein, I'm also still appealing from her ministry that there is another community called Ker Amadou. It's a basic cycle school from grade 1 to 9, but the community is very big, and then we have only one senior secondary school in Kuntaya, which is very far from Ker Amadou. And then Ker Amadou also has other catchment areas, 3 other communities very close to Ker Amadou. And we are appealing for the minister to help us upgrade that school so that they will also have a senior school. Because the kids that are going in the evening classes to Kuntaya, they came back very late in the night while it is dark and it is not even safe. So we are appealing, as far as that school has a catchment area of 3 other communities that could come to Ker Ahmad, we are appealing for the minister to help us so that Ker Ahmad also can have a senior secondary school. Then electricity. Honorable Speaker, communities were surveyed in my area to benefit from this rural electrification. And then people are much eager to see these projects started. So I want the Honorable Minister to give us a time when this project is going to start so that the communities in the interior also could benefit from electricity. But nonetheless, we are saying a thanks to them because it is in this regime that Jokadu also started benefiting from electricity. It started with Kuntaya, they moved to Munyagen, and then now Daslame. But we are appealing for the communities in the interior because all these 3 villages are on the highway linking Bara to Farafenye. But the greater part of the constituency lies in the northern part where you have so many communities, and then we are appealing for him to tell us when is this project going to be effected. Honorable Speaker, water. In my constituency, the Minister of Fisheries dug some boreholes, and then it's coming to 2 years now, these boreholes are just sealed there. The work is incomplete. And I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister to come to our aid so that he'll be able to help these communities also have good, clean drinking water in the soonest possible time. Honorable Speaker, last but not the least, I will go to the Minister of Agriculture. This last rainy season, in my constituency, that is Jokadu, we did not have a good rainy season. There are so many households in my constituency, as I am speaking, even a single grain of kush is not in their stores. There are some who don't even harvest more than 10 bundles of kush this past rainy season. And then we are appealing to Honorable Minister to see what he'll be able to do so that we'll be able to help these people. When it comes to the trade season also for the groundnuts, I just want to tell the Honorable Minister that there are so many people who are not going to the circus to sell their groundnuts. The reason is these middlemen are coming up to their homes. In their houses, they'll buy the groundnut there, they pay them the money, and then even give them empty bags. The number of bags that they took, they refund them that amount of bags. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister also, if they can do the same. Hence, people are not going to the circus. Why not you go meet them where they are, and then you buy the groundnuts from them? Because if not, the government is going to lose a lot in this groundnut. People are not going to the circus. They are selling the groundnuts in their houses. Why not you get transportation, go to them, meet them, and then get these groundnuts from them before they are finished? If not, we are going to lose a lot. Honorable Speaker, last but not the least, I'll also join my colleagues to condemn the alleged coup that we heard about in these last 2 days. It is something that is uncalled for. This Gambia is a peaceful country, and then we should be able to be making change through the ballot box, not through the gun. I'm appealing every Gambian, let us all put hands together so that that high office, the highest office of the land, that no one should try to occupy that seat using the back door. We should all condemn that to the highest. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor, and here I submit. Thank you.
Yes, please. Are you going by the list or you are picking randomly? Because I raised my tag. I think I'm the first person who raised their tax here. So whether you are picking randomly or going by the list. Honorable member, I think you should acquaint yourself with some of the laws. Your name does not appear even on the list. I have over, is it 5 plus 15 plus 20? It's 40. Your name, I have listed, I have looked through, your name is not there. No, I'm going for burial. Huh? You are going to? Let me attend Musa Baju's burial. No. To listen. Honorable member. Honorable member. Yes, but you can still write your name. Now, we are probably they have not seen it.
Bye-bye.
They have not seen it. I looked through. It's not there. It's not there. Huh? Honorable Speaker, I'm now appealing. Honorable member, if you want to talk, I'm appealing to you now because I'm very close to the honorable member Musa Baji. So that is why when the wife died, I was the first person he called to inform the National Assembly. So all right. I am appealing to you to use your discretion and let me have my presentation. Thank you. No, honorable member, probably when we come back, because I'm just winding it up and people are going for lunch and prayers. So what I want to do is just give your name, and when we come back, you can be given some, your case can be looked into.
Speaker, I want to make an observation, please.
Pardon?
I want to make an observation. Looking at the nature of what is happening, I'm afraid after lunch, we may likely not have quorum. That's my fear. Okay, that's okay.
Honorable members, now our number one responsibility is to the people we serve, the people who brought us here. And that's what we are doing now. So that should take precedence. If members choose not to come, then that becomes our own problem. Huh? But I don't think that will happen. I want to believe that every member is coming back, and then we continue. And I also want to urge, we have the honorable ministers with us here. We want to thank them very much, and also urge them to stay for the second part of it. We all go and have lunch and pray and then come back to proceed. So the time now is 14:22. Can we set 15:15? That is about 50-something minutes now. 15:15.
Or 3 o'clock.
That's 3 past 3.
Become 15:15. No.
Yeah.
15 sharp is better.
Pardon?
I says 3 o'clock sharp. You come back.
3 o'clock?
Yes.
Are you comfortable with 3 o'clock?
Oh no, leave it as 15:15.
Honorable members. Anytime you come, if you come at 3, they will call the speaker who will come in at 3.
Before you suspend.
Honorable members, can we sit down? Another information. Honorable member, please.
we seem to be in a haste, but I understand that we have to wait a while. The lunch has not arrived. And then we will have to continue probably until 3 o'clock.
Fullers, sit down, please. Fullers.
Honorable Speaker, let him give him the opportunity to talk.
Honorable members, can I now call upon the honorable nominated member, Keba Lang Fofana?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to start with, I would join my fellow honorable colleagues to express our heartfelt condolence to the bereaved family and then pray for the disease that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant her Jannatul Firdaus. Honorable Speaker, we've written a lot for the adjournment debate, but I think with recent happenings, many of those research would have to be placed aside. But one thing I would like to start with is with regards to the budget. One of the members have said it here, that whether it is even necessary to approve the budget, because many a times after approval, allocation is a process. But I want to concentrate on the process. Right now, we've said it here before, the budget we have year in, year out is on incremental basis. And as such, it is very, very difficult for it to reflect the aspiration of the people. As such, it makes it very, very difficult for us to do scrutiny and trace projects when they are implemented. In fact, in short, we can say that it is very difficult to evaluate the budget based on its effectiveness. So during the budget process or during the bilaterals, certain recommendations were done, and we'll encourage the minister to really make sure that during the preparation of the 2023 budget, some of those recommendations are put into place. That is one, to see how best do we make the budget process more participatory, how best do we make sure that it is more performance-based, how best do we make sure that the budget is based on key performance indicators so that it can become a proper budget which will serve the aspirations of the citizens. So, and Honorable Speaker, if this is done, it will definitely help the Parliament in our oversight functions, and it will also improve the confidence of the citizens in the way that resources are being allocated. Because you can look at the budget, and my honorable member who is representing me from Nyamina Dankunku can comfortably say that this year, from Choya to Jisadi, there will be a tar route. or the honorable member who is coming from Jokadu can say that in the budget this year, there are what? 2 boreholes for my people. Because it will be what? Performance-based. But if at all that does not happen, year in, year out, we'll be coming to this August assembly. 10, 5, or 6% will be added or deducted from what? Previous expenditures. And at the end of the day, we would not feel that coffee. And we would not be able to stop people from what? Speculating. Honorable Speaker, having said that, at this point, I would like to refer the House to Section 6 of the Gambia Constitution. And with your permission, Honorable Speaker, I will read. I will read in order to really bolster the deliberations I intend to do. Section 6.1 reads that any person who, Section 6.1 continues to say by himself or herself or in cohort, concert with others by any violent or other unlawful means, suspends or overthrows or abrogates this constitution or any part of it, or attempts to do any such act, or, it continues in B to say, aids and abates in any manner any person referred to in paragraph A commits the offense of treason and shall on conviction be liable to the penalty prescribed by an act of the National Assembly for that offense. Honorable Speaker, why am I reading this provision of the Constitution? Because at some point, we were doubting whether we can say it is a coup or whatsoever. But what I would say is there was an attempt to overthrow the Constitution. History serves for a purpose. History serves a purpose. The coalition 2016 and the change we yearned for was not only a change of government, but it was to make sure that coups never happened in this country. Because from 1994 to 2016, what Gambians have gone through, that's a story that doesn't deserve to be narrated again. But Honorable Speaker, for me, it's not only about the soldiers who were arrested or the soldiers who are at large. Honorable Speaker, it is disheartening that we have a platform in this country or a group in this country that gives a platform to Yahya Jammeh. And this National Assembly is silent about it. The security forces are silent about it. It is disheartening, Honorable Speaker, to allow Yahya Jammeh to speak to Gambians and tell them, I would come to the Gambia, and if there is any man born of a woman, come and stop me. And we say that is not a threat. Saying, I will come and rule you. How can Yahya Jammeh rule us again? If at all it is not through a coup. How can he rule us again? Are we going to vote for him? Are we in time of presidential elections? And here we are, trivializing the aborted coup. Here we are, treating Yahya Jammeh like the way we treated him in 1994, saying, he Hamudara, he's a junior officer. Call Yahya Jammeh every name. But if you say he is not cunning, that he is not smart, you are foolhardy. He has his people among us. He has his people in this country. And they are doing his bidding openly. And we are all silent. Where in this world would you have a ruler who ruled with an iron fist for 22 years, kill some people, jail others, tortured others, make others orphans, some women are widowed, and still now that country allows that man to have a platform who will promote his agenda? Where on earth will you have that? And we all sit here trying to be surprised that there was an attempt. Why should we be? Where on earth will you have a leader who brutalizes his people, and you will have National Assembly members who will stand in the floor and defend him, and even telling you that government is better than the one you are having? Look, we have a duty. And we don't owe it to each other. We owe it to this country. We owe it to this country What I'm saying is, let us not be complacent. Let us not be complacent. That group which gives platform to Yaya Jammeh should be arrested forthwith. They should be arrested forthwith. They should be. You don't allow an individual to openly tell you, I'm coming to overthrow your government. That is a threat. There is no greater security threat than that. And we all think he is joking. That's why he ruled this country for 22 years. Because you never took him seriously. You never took him seriously. When he speaks, you think he is a fool. Yaya Jammeh is no fool. Yaya Jammeh is no fool. Call him wicked, he is. Call him a dictator, he is. Call him a tyrant, he is. But stupid and being a fool, he is not. Let us not be foolhardy again. Honorable Speaker, many a times we've allowed ourselves and allowed our emotions to be what? Clouded. I will be objective. The Gambia is for Gambians. And from Carton to Koyena, every small hamlet, every village, every town is part of this country. And we care for all. Nyamina Dankunku is part of it. I'm from Dankunku. Serakunda is part of it. Fonyi is part of it. But if you think, psychologically, you can cloud people's thinking, fool them, it won't work. Senegal and Gambia are two different territories. Let's ask ourselves, why do we have economic forces in Buyam? There's a history behind it. They didn't come out of a vacuum, did they? They did not. During those days when there was no threat on the lives of Gambian people, we have checkpoints every 100 meters. Nobody was talking. Nobody. Today we are faced with external threats from Casamas, and you don't want what checkpoints in Fonyi? They would stay. There is no compromise. Where would Yaya Jammeh sit in Equatorial Guinea or wherever he is hiding and tell Gambians that I am coming if there are no people holding his base? Let's start thinking outside the box. That checkpoint should stay. It is the fundamental duty of the state to save the lives and properties of the people of this country. That duty must be executed to the latter. An honorable member have said it here. There's a problem in Casamas. Casamas is in Senegal. Wherever there is conflict, people run away from that region. Let us tell our people that that region of Casamas is not safe. But it is in our security interest to make sure that we have a very strong base down there. And you ask me, I will tell you, that base should not move an inch. Even if economic leaves this country, let us make sure that our own Gambian soldiers are there. Let them be there.
Honorable Speaker.
No. I am the one on the floor.
Point of order, please. There is a wrong proceeding going. We can.
Allow me to continue, please.
Nominated Member Kewalang, please take your seat. No, he said point of order, he said. Can I hear that point of order? Honorable Member for Lower Salum and Banjul South, please. Let's allow the member to, please. Nominated Member Fatuke Yawara, can you please give us your
Not find it. Let this one continue.
Honorable Speaker, they are asking me to withdraw, but I don't think I can withdraw. Honorable Speaker, it will be out of order to use offensive language or insult about members of the National Assembly. The honorable member for Banjul South, please, with all due respect, if you intervene in my statement today, you will see my true color. Please, mind your business, please. You know you are capable of saying anything and doing anything.
Honorable Nominated Member Fatuke Jawara.
You will show my true color today. I will not entertain any nonsense from you today. Respect your
want to fight Honorable Speaker. If they want order, you can just open space.
Yes,
Order.
The member for Councillor is interrupting.
Order. Nominated Member Fatuke Jawara, proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I say it shall be out of order to use offensive language or insult about members of the assembly. The member for councillor was using these languages. When the nominated member Kebalang Fofana was making his submission, he's asking him, let them come and arrest me or using abusive language, and it's unacceptable. Let him wait for his turn.
Sorry, can you prove yourself? It's wrong.
It's not wrong. You have no regard for your colleagues.
No, go and put your house in order.
Councillor, member for Fonya Councillor, nominated member Fatou Kejawara, take your seat. Please, honorable members, we exercise our constitutional right to debate. The member for Banjul South, please. Nominated member Fatou Kejawara, please. Decorum, please. You rose to a point of order and complained that the member for Fonya Councillor is interrupting and disrupting this session. And you have made your point of order. Please allow me to rule on that. And the unfortunate part of it, you've not said or you've not indicated if the member for Fonya Councillor have used any language which is unparliamentary. You've not brought that during your point of order. On that note, I would want the honorable nominated member Keba Langfopana to proceed and let's give him the opportunity, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think that's in order. I would buttress this point again before moving on. Yeah, Jame. Oh my God. Honorable Speaker.
Nominated member Keba Langfopana, take your seat, please. Sergeant at Arms.
Honorable Speaker, you have to talk on this, please.
Please don't use your mic.
Strictly.
Please, if you want to speak, Ladekunda Sabi, raise your tag. Stop using your mic. Nominated member Fatou Kejawara, please let's allow nominated member Kebalang Fofana to continue. The member for Banjul South, nominated member Fatou Kejawara, the member for Fonya Councillor, please let's allow the debate to proceed.
Honorable Speaker, the time first. A lot have been taken from my time. And as the Mandinkas would say, Ndabe Farine.
Yes.
No, you
yes,
have to
can you
bring back
regulate
my time.
that, please?
Can you give me my time back before I continue?
Honorable nominated member Kebalang Fofana, continue is regulated by the machine at my own discretion. I will decide how many minutes should I give.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, before moving to my point, I will buttress on this again. There is no bigger threat to this country than Yaya Jammeh. And that would be said and repeated. And this is my message to all of us. If we take his words as a joke, we will live to regret it. There are things going on in this country that are abnormal. We cannot allow a man to abuse us, treat us like kids, and stand today and tell us, look, you are my property, as if I'm coming to take back my country, and insult us as well. And we allow people to give him platform. Where will you see that? What is the security doing about it? What is this National Assembly doing about it? What are we doing about it? What are we doing? Why are we silent about it? Thank you. It will come as part of my word recommendation. We will pass a resolution to that effect. And Honorable Speaker, at this point, I just want to respond to some issues of what freedom of speech that was really said in this floor. And to that, I want to refer the House to Section 25. Section 25 of the Constitution. And in Section 25, I will refer the House to, Honorable Speaker, I'm disturbed. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I beg to take my seat because no, I cannot continue. It's okay.
Thank you very much, nominated member Kebalang Fofana, for that contribution. I now give the floor to the member for Latikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for being very kind. I also extend my greetings to all the honorable ministers who are presently here. I also greet all the honorable members who have contributed and are yet to contribute to this debate. My condolence goes to Honorable Musa Abaji for losing his wife this morning in the full disclosure of facts. Musa loves his wife so much so that he couldn't imagine. Losing your wife is very painful, and I extend my special condolence to him. I'll also join my honorable colleagues who condemn the coup, the aborted coup, I think yesterday or day before yesterday. This is regrettable. This is unfortunate. This shouldn't have happened in this 21st century. But we also need to ask ourselves, especially West African leaders, why militaries want to intervene in our political affairs and dispensation. If we answer these questions, then we will have a specific route to follow. First, West African head of states should stop suppressing their citizens. They should respect court orders. They should respect the constitutions of their various countries. Otherwise, coups will be a welcoming solution to the misery of the depressed. It shouldn't happen in the 21st century, I agree, but also our leaders should take note of violating the constitutions. Honorable Speaker.
A point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Rising on the point of order.
Member for Latikunda, there's point of order. Can you please take your seat? The member for Kantora, can we hear your point of order?
Rule of debate, no member shall be allowed to use reading text materials in debating. So the member for Latikunda Savaji is reading verbatimly from a text. So we are debating, not reading newspapers. Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sabeji, are you reading?
Not reading. I just have my short and I'm not reading.
It appears you are reading.
And next time, any point of order, I'm not going to stop speaking. This is the distraction.
Honorable member, can you put off your mic? Honorable member for Latikunda, you cannot read. His point of order sustained.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. My order advice will go to Gambian politicians, every politician in this country. You see, let's be very honest and let's respect rules and procedures in this country. Let us not be selfish. If you want votes, you are campaigning. If you divide people during your campaign based on tribe, party, religion, or region, it's going to be very difficult for you to unite people when you win. And every politician should be very careful of this. Sometime last week, I was passing Cow Johnson. One guy called me and said, "Honorable, you are Honorable Yahya Amintens." I said, "Yes." People in this constituency loves you. The Fulas, the Jolas, the Mandingas, everybody. He asked me, "What is your secret?" I told him, I am a technician, I'm not a politician. Before I entered politics, I know how divisive this country was. But when I was elected to represent the UDP, my campaign team, I told them categorically clear, we are going to enter every house in this constituency. We enter Sokunda, Bajikunda, Kujabi, Sanyang, Dabo, every part in Latikunda subject, every compound I enter, because I don't want to divide people when I'm looking for vote. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for me to unite them after I win. That is why the vote between Adama Barrow and Hussein was over 5,000 votes, or close to 10,000. but I defeated my opponent over 4,000 votes.
Point of order.
That is because.
Point of order, Honorable
That is
Speaker.
because. That is
Point of
because
order.
I unite people. I don't. I'm
Member
not
for
going to
Latikunda
speak on
Sabiji.
any point of order to
Point of
distract
order.
you. Can I speak to Honorable Speaker? I am
Sit
not
down.
speaking on any point of order to distract
Sit
you.
down. There's point of
This
order.
is the last chance I will do.
Sit. Honorable member for Latikunda.
I will.
Can you put off your mic? Honorable Faduke Jawara, can you sit down? Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you cannot resist point of order. And you cannot say that you will not sit down again. You cannot say that. Point of order, you have to take your seat. Please, let's try to respect our own rules. Nominated member Fatou Jawara, can we hear the point of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The name of the President of the Republic of the Gambia shall not be used to influence the Assembly. The member is using the name of the President.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji, please take note. You cannot do that. Point of order sustained.
I did not mention the name of the president to influence any decision. Okay, thank you very much. Point of order sustained. Point of order sustained. So thank you very much. Let us stop dividing Gambians on partisan, religious, and tribal politics. This is very dangerous, and this is affecting and threatening the unity of this country. Honorable Speaker, last week I was reading a newspaper where a particular minister wants the Supreme Court to give reasons of the Supreme Court ratio decidendi. This particular minister needs some elementary lectures on separation of powers. The Supreme Court rulings must be adhered. It must be promptly and faithfully executed. Supreme Court cannot give reasons for their decisions. No one contests the decision of the Supreme Court. If you want to respect the rule of law, the particular minister needs to respect that Supreme Court decisions cannot be contested. The only avenue you have is to call for review of judgment. There's nowhere in this where a state minister will ask Supreme Court to explain decisions of their judgment. This is threatening constitution of this country, and this can lead also to constitutional crisis. Honorable Speaker, this can lead also to constitutional crisis, and constitutional crisis can lead also to chaos. I advise every honorable minister to be very careful of taking this dangerous route. Honorable Speaker, this country is a country of laws, and no one is above the law. We are all subjects of the law. Section 123 of the Local Government Act. There shall be an area administration for each local government area. There shall be a senior civil servant appointed by the President. Subsection 2 of this particular act, except in the case of city of Banjul and the Kanifing municipality. I want the President of the Republic of the Gambia to understand he doesn't have the power to appoint governors in Kanifing municipality and in Banjul. And I want this National Assembly to be very careful of this. These are some of the statements that can lead this country into constitutional crisis. Imagine today or tomorrow the President went ahead and appoint governors in Banjul and in KMC. This is a clear violation of our constitution. What the President should do, campaigns are coming. Use whatever power to win KMC and in Banjul. But you cannot appoint governors in these two respective areas. Honorable Speaker, now to the Ministry of Agriculture. It was very unfortunate the last procurement, fertilizer procurement, was a mess. It was not clear, it was not transparent, and farmers suffered to get fertilizer. I now urge this particular ministry to start the procurement process of fertilizer before rainy season. And I also advise and I urge, let it be transparent, open, let it be an open bid. let it not be a restricted bid as before, because restricted bids will lead to government institutions or ministries giving contracts to whatever they wish. Lastly, I will urge the authorities to unconditionally, immediately release the campaign manager of United Democratic Party. Seeing the video or watching the video, there is nothing wrong with that audio or video that incite people into violence. So I'll urge the Inspector General of the Police to immediately and unconditionally release the campaign manager of the United Democratic Party. There is already a theme of fear in this country. We shouldn't allow to add theme of insecurity. This is not good for the citizens, and this can push the citizens to do the untold. So therefore, I urge the executive and all other arms of government to be very, very careful of this. Honorable Speaker, during the presidential tour, I saw the Honorable Minister for Women's Affairs disbursing the Women's Enterprise Fund in campaign rallies. This is wrong. This shouldn't have happened. And I'll urge the Honorable Minister, there's a common adage that says, you cannot give what you don't have. The president doesn't have that kind of money to give it to women of this country. So therefore, the Honorable Minister should not pretend that women enterprises money is coming from the pocket of the president.
Observation.
Stop.
I want to observe.
Honorable Speaker, this brings me to the end of my submission. If this was another standing order, there will be standstill in the National Assembly. I'm not going to sit down. Thank you very much.
The honorable member for Latikunda Sabeji, in your contributions, you appeal and you prevail on people to respect the constitutional provisions. And you are telling me you will not respect the rules of this procedure. Thank you very much, honorable member for Latikunda. I now give the floor to the member for Joshua constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will first of all join my colleagues to condemn the around school that happened last 2 days, and also to advise the whole country for us to learn through lessons. Because 2016 and the TRRC should be a learning point for all of us. During the 1994 to 2016, we had many coup attempts and it fails because we wanted a change of government. But in 2016, people of Gambia came against us to say no to APRC, and that was very peaceful. So let's maintain that peaceful change of government than trying to change government through the bullet. Please, I'm appealing to all Gambians to see that as a learning point. If you want change, go and work together as a team, work as Gambians, and see whether it is possible. But please, let's say no to coup. Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said. I will start with the Ministry of Works. Currently, there are ongoing projects within the OIC, within my area, that are ongoing. Demolitions are going on. People are complaining. Just last week, I was in his office. We discussed together. Suggestion came out and we went to the ground with his team. Alhamdulillah, it went fine, and we are planning to go back there next week. But throwing this to the Ministry of Finance is good. We have development. It's good we go for development. But development also goes with people around the area. Before we demolish, let's try to value and compensate those parties. It's very important. Because some are poor, you demolish their properties, waiting for compensation, it might be another problem within the families. Because if you demolish, some might be open compounds, some were struggling to fence their compounds, some were struggling to build those structures. So I'm appealing to the Ministry of Finance to collaborate with the Ministry of Works to see what they can do to assess and compensate the most needy people that are mostly affected and they need to be secured before work starts. On the same ministry, Honorable Speaker, yes, we are next to the capital BANJUL as Joshua. From BANJUL, you go to Joshua, that's my area. But when it comes to development, I'll point to the Ministry of Works to tighten his belt and see what he can do for the people of Joshua. If you come to the Kayupa Street in Igbo town, it needs urgent construction because currently the roads are very, very, very bad. Access to Igbo town, to the main Badala is a problem. So, Honorable Minister, I don't know what you can do, whether you'll be selling jarankas to take care of the road. I'm very, very grateful. And then also to work on this compensation, as I said, the people of Kanifing layout and the people of in New Joshua needs to be seen as immediate actions to be taken on them to compensate them so that they can take care of their properties. Honorable Speaker, on the current affairs, yes, I know the Ministry of Trade is around. Thank God that he's a serial. I know he's very smart to see how best he can help us. Everyday price of commodities are going up. It's affecting me and affecting each and every one of us here. What can we do to see how best we can bring this price down? Yes, goods are coming in this country. We know the Russia-Ukraine where people are complaining. But it's also very sad to go to a shop today and buy a bottle of water for $10. Next 2 hours, you go there, there's another additional price when the currency is still the same. So I think immediate actions need to be taken. And then also, as Gambians, we need to change our attitudes towards what we are doing. This to our own people. What can we do to help them? It's a question that we need to ask ourselves. So, Honorable Minister of Trade, I think it's very important to work with the business community and see how best you can discuss and come with a solution to help these poor people, including myself. Honorable Speaker, on the same Ministry of Trade, you know I'm very lucky to have Jolas around my community. They are saying that they are no more having this abada shot in the Jola language. They know what I mean by abada shot. They are no more eating rice with oil coming down your hands. They are no more eating it. So help them with to bring this price of community down so that your own Jola people can start enjoying as they were enjoying before. Honorable Speaker, on the health ministry, Igbo Town, New Joshua, we have 2 private. One is a health center, and the other one is a health post. The health post is no more functional. We appealed, they transferred the ownership to the Ministry of Health, and we have been promised up till now there is no solution to it. And the current health center we have in Igbo Town, which was also a private one, in New Joshua, which was also a private one, we need actions to be taken, because if you look at the community of Igbo Town, New Joshua, the amount of people living there is more than 5,000–6,000 people around that area, and these are the most accessible area that they have, and currently they are not functioning fully. So I'm appealing to the minister to take immediate action to take care of these 2 areas. Honorable Speaker, coming to the Ministry of Interior with Ministry of Defense, yes, we are condemning coups, and I also start to condemn coups. We continue on it. Let's to say never to cruise. But I'm also appealing to the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Interior to look at those men and women on the ground and see how best they can motivate them to change their living. It's very important. We went around on a tour with the Defense Committee. But to be honest with you, most, or let's say 99% of these people are not happy on their living conditions, on their take homes. Let's see how best we can look at our security forces. They need urgent help. Let's see how best we can help them and motivate them. Honorable Speaker, coming to the Joshua prisons, I spoke to the minister the last time. There is a prison and a jail. But the Joshua prisons, I heard that Mile 2 is now going to be condemned, to be given to the ports as a post-extension place. Then they move into Old Joshua. I'm also saying no to the Joshua prison. Let's try to move Joshua prison outside the vicinity of Joshua, and then create a jail where you can have short-term people who are waiting to be tried, to be around that area, or to be brought back around Mile 2 area, and clear that Joshua prison for people of Joshua, because Joshua is over-congested and we need where to live. So the Honorable Minister of Interior, your that idea of transferring Mile 2 prison to Old Joshua, please look at it properly and transfer the prison a little bit far away from Joshua, or to areas where we have abandoned land, open land, especially in Fonyi. It's going to be very good there. Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of grants in this country, we have a lot of grants coming into this country, but we are always interested in the first quarter of it. That's what? The administrative part of it. When it comes to administration, we do the best. We meet all the requirements that it needs to fulfill those requirements to have access to the administrative cost of it. But after the administrative cost, and then we start driving vehicles, the next thing is to access those funds is always a problem. So I think it's important that those funds lie in those banks. Let the Honorable Minister or the Minister responsible, being finance or being any other minister that is responsible, let them do the needful and then try to fulfill what is required to have access to those funds, to be able to get those funds. Honorable Speaker, I think also, as many people have been saying, I will repeat it again, we need to help our own Gambian youths. Honorable Minister of Works, there are youths in Igbo Town that are currently engaged in construction roads, access road within the area without no government help. They knock door to door, meeting people, looking for donation to help the community of Igbo Town to have access to their areas. Honorable Minister, I'm advising you to go and meet those youths. They are called Igbo Town Green Vision Development Group. They are willing, they are ready. Every Sunday you see them walking, doing concrete roads from their own pockets. We contribute as a group. So having those groups in that area and helping them will be very helpful to the government. Honorable Speaker, I won't be very, very unfair. I think the last time we made it possible here that we always see few ministers or no ministers when it comes to our session in the Assembly. I know it will be justified to be seeing them all the time when we have questions they will answer. But one of the MPs said that we learn a lot from the old MPs who were here before. Yes, we learn a lot, but there's a lesson that they are teaching us. For me, I'm saying no to it. That's coming to Assembly on time, respecting the Assembly is another problem from the old MPs, which the new ones are taking from you. Teach us to be coming on time to the Assembly. Let us be here when it is time for session. That's very important. So you, the old ones, I'm pointing fingers to. Teach us that lesson to be coming early, and also we also be coming early. Honorable Speaker, there is no point of order in this. Honorable Speaker, I think, this is Gambia. Gambia belongs to all of us. Whether we like it or not, there is no color in this country who will identify that Sirifsar is APRC or my sister is UDP, or my brother is this. In my compound, we have different colors in that compound. When it comes to one thing, we belong to one Gambia. So let's also understand that this Gambia is our own Gambia. One MP stood here to denounce certain things that odious that we are going around the country from the then head of state. And we all say no to that. But there are other audio also is going down the country also. So why should we denounce A and leave B? They denounce altogether to say each and every of this video is zero. Being from the former head of state and the current, the campaign manager of my brother's party to say no to their statements and let us know that a statement that you can utter to bring violence in this country will never be allowed. Let's change for good. Let's look at this country as ours. Let's see Gambia as our own country. Let's have love for this country and we move ahead. Issues do come up. We argue, we discuss, we sit together. But there is one thing that I want us to put across here as MPs. And I will repeat it again. We sit in our committee rooms. We discuss as family. We come out with solutions. When we come here, as far as I'm standing, QTV is seeing me, I will change the way I was talking in that room. That's very bad. I come here and hammer a minister with my hammer. And next door I go to his house and knock his door. I don't have A, B, C, and D. That day I'll be a card in front of him. That's too bad. Be who you are and continue to be who you are. If you say no, it means no. Because we start saying here in those rooms saying no, and we here standing here saying no, and when we go to them, we start saying yes. What do we mean? Are we real to ourselves? No. Let us be real. Let us mean what we are doing. Let's stop this Facebook MP issue. Be an MP for your people. Go and do it for your people. Go and stand with them, fight for them. When you come here, this is your talking place. Talk. Explain. Let them know who you are. But I cannot say no to him and tomorrow I say, I'm here to polish your shoe. It's not correct. Let's stand together as Gambia, work together as Gambia and see Gambia. Every Gambian has the right to sit on that seat. Every Gambian has the right to sit on that seat. And every Gambian has the right to sit on this seat. So being there or not there, if you are here representing people. So let's respect our seats and respect our colleagues who are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Joshua. Honorable members, I think this is a convenient time for us to break for lunch and prayer. It's now 11 minutes past 15. Maybe we'll be back by 1600 hours. Honorable ministers, you can join me to the speaker's boardroom for your lunch. And you are all ought to remain, and your technicians. The House is suspended.
Mr. Speaker, are you going by the list or random? Are you going? No, it's a question because we raised our task before some members came in. Before even some members came in and they are being asked. No. Huh? No, it cannot be. It can't be. It can be speaker. Is it how the speakers? Is it the speaker's house?